Nyan?
Juustoa.
Yep, definitely the nyan, please. Hi! Hello! Hi! Welcome. Hello! Had some weird audio problems immediately before stream. However, I think stuff is working. Hello! Hi!
Cheese.
Well, I guess it's gonna be covered in cheese time. Something. I can't speak. It's too hot. Look at the temperature. It's already nearly 30 degrees. I'm dying here. How? Hello. Hi. Welcome everyone. Believe it or not, the audio being strange is actually due to an improvement in the camera that I'm going to be using today. Finally, we're not going to be having it flashing green all the time. But it drew too much power from my USB hub and all the USB devices went out. And then all the programs that were already listening to audio stuff or playing audio stuff suddenly were like, where did my sound device go? I've not been programmed to cope with this. And then I was like, oh, shit. So I need to restart VC first. Whoops, forgot about that. Need to restart my streaming setup. Whoops, it wasn't making any sounds either. I think everything's working. Fubar handled it, the thing that's playing music. Anyway, hello! Hi, welcome Spike, welcome Omni, welcome Jock, Linted, hello. Hi. Welcome.
Syr.
Okay, fine, no welcome then. No welcome. Moved away just in time. Welcome in Kino, welcome in Chaos Dragon, Yuri Heart, hello, welcome. I think that's everyone. Might not be. James. Whoa! 11 times the fun, 3 times the cheese. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? What did she mean by this? Hi.
The sand cheese.
Hello, Meisaka. Welcome. Hello, thank you very much for the resub as well. 22 months is a long time. 2 times the cheese. Hi. It's nice to see you, Nya. Thank you. I do Nya from time to time. It's been known. Occasionally at the very beginning of my stream, I'll do it. Why is my head stuck? There we are. But yeah, hi! Let me quickly go through the dreams and I'll actually get to responding to chat. There was nothing, but there is now a Nyan. Oh wait, there was hydration 1 minute ago. What am I saying? Oh, my voice seems a little bit bad today.
Cheese.
I'm sure my squeaking will help it. Thank you for the hydration. I'm gonna drink from this invisible mug. Cheers! I'm gonna overly loudly slurp so that you can tell that I'm actually drinking. There we are. I did actually swallow it as well. Thank you for the hydration. I also have to go for Chaos Dragon. That's it! We're caught up. Hello. Sometimes indeed. Sounds like nyan juice. This is water this time.
Käse.
Hey Smash Max, welcome. Boss! I don't know. Hello, hi. Welcome in Fallen Charlotte. Hello. I see the long uke sliding in from Linted's message. I see Ori peeking from Jockeybur's message. New microcontroller today. Yes, Linted! Why do you pick this over like an ARM or Risk of Heat chip? Because this is a thing I bought over a decade ago. I thought I had a use for it back then, that's why I bought it. I didn't just randomly buy a thing because I wanted it. But I didn't. Turns out I've never used it. So I threw a tiny thing together last night as a test for how, whether I can do things like, can I even upload to the Arduino ID? Turns out I can. Turns out it took a long time to track down where the hell the cores for this thing are, for the old Arduino ID that I'm using, or even the new one. Because they tend to want you to use their own ID, which is a fork of the Arduino ID, funnily enough. I don't know why it's a bit strange. Thank you for the pats. And some other things which I'll show on stream in a second. Yeah, I didn't really know anything about those things back then. And this is in the form factor of a Arduino Mega, which I was familiar with using back then, so I was like, oh, okay, nice. It would probably make sense to use something, similar to what I'm used to, except only superficially. Kelly! Hello! Hi! Welcome, welcome. Hi, Sea of Tranquility as well. Welcome. I'm gonna press a button so you can take a look at this little thing. It's kind of cool. Are you ready? Wait, do I have a mega to hand? I should have a mega to hand. Hold on, I don't have it to hand. One sec, let me okay. This is what happened. This is the state of the mega. Let's press the button so you can actually see it. Oh, right, there's OBS. I guess I should move this off the screen. There's also a program. Oh yeah, right, I need to tell you about this. Anyway, for now, one thing at a time, you. What you doing today? Oh yeah, by the way, look at this! Look! We have a smooth 60 FPS with no glitchiness. Anyway, this here is an Arduino Mega. This is what we were using on the previous stream to attempt to, yes, complete with all the spaghetti. To connect to, here a second, I can make this a little bit clearer. That looks low contrast or something strange. I can't quite work out what it is. Oh. Perhaps if I don't have it faded, that'll help as well. Sorry, Alan Walker. I'm no longer faded.
Cable salad.
Cable salad, yes. 30 degrees, yeah, no. Yes, sir. Hi, Miyako. Welcome. What I'm doing today is I'm gonna attempt to port the current code that I have here into a code for this. Which, as you can see, has the same form factor as the Arduino Mega, but has different differences. Yeah, so the main differences are that the Mega is... Anyway, this is called ChipKIT Max32, by the way. The main differences are that... thank you for all the pads. Hi, Axia. Welcome. The main differences are that the Arduino Mega is based on the Atmega 1280 or 2560. Mine's 2560. Which is a 16 megahertz thingy with 8 kilobytes of RAM. And it's an 8-bit CPU. But this one, instead of 16, it's 80 megahertz. Instead of an 8-bit CPU, it's a 32-bit CPU. Hence, 32.
I met a genie today who granted me a wish. I said, I wish I could be you. The genie thought, we wish but you will grant up.
That was actually, she handled that quite well. Nice. When I read the GNU, I thought, oh no, that's a typo. Then I was like, oh wait, oh wait, it's all like that. Nice. Thank you, Jacob. And instead of 8 kilobytes of RAM, it's got 128 kilobytes of RAM. It's also got more I/O. Anyway, there's the stuff. Hashtag not sponsored, but it just summarizes it kind of nicely. That's the exact microcontroller on it at the top. Anyway, it's also got like some Ethernet stuff which I'm not going to be using, and other things which I'm not going to be using.
The Wagner has redeemed us long yick. Do you have feet?
I guess technically she might have one. Well, if you see her as like a slug-like thing, then she technically has one thing, right? Ah, you ready to disturb the Uke stream? Hi, Fox, welcome in. Please disturb ma. Sorry, I had to sort my nose a bit. Let's calm this music just a little bit. Very ESP32 moment, so many peripherals that I won't be using. Yeah, but at least this one has a bunch of I/O that I will be using. More than the ESP32. The ESP32 has. Yeah, and so a younger Uke thought this sounded appealing and stuff, and luckily it turns out it should actually be usable. So on the previous stream, okay, the overarching reason I'm doing any of this is because I'm trying to reverse engineer this, or like more like modify this Yamaha keyboard thingy. I want to be able to capture. So it's a musical keyboard from 1990. It has an FM sound synthesizer chip on it, which I'm wanting to record the instructions that are being sent to on the computer, and then I want to be able to play them back on it. Like eventually I want to be able to make my own instructions so we can, like, you know, control it via MIDI and stuff. But, you know, one step at a time. Before I try to form my own sentences, before I even know how to speak, let's listen to what the adult is saying and just copy the adult. The adult in this case being the CPU and the keyboard. So to be able to capture the stuff, I wanted to use an Arduino. We've already worked out what all the pins do on the sound chip. We know where the data's coming in and stuff, and the latch pin and everything. But first thing I discovered is that interrupts are too slow on the Arduino. They take, like, I can't even remember, like quite a few microseconds to kick in, which is too long. Why cheese? And so just manually polling the latch pin at every possible opportunity actually made it fast enough. And this works, by the way. This code, is ridiculous as it looks, peppered with all these poll latch, and manually dealing with serial input and stuff, and making my own function to print hex digits and stuff and text. This actually works. As silly as it is. If it's silly and it works, it's not silly, right? Yeah, it's very hot in my room right now. I haven't yet been able to Okay, let me try speaking English. Haven't yet been able to open my window. So you want to do an Arduino in the middle attack on the poor keyboard? Yeah, basically. Except right now it's just sniffing. Sniffing my packets. I mean, they're not packets. Sniffing my data. But yeah, hi Artisan. Welcome on. Hi QNOT as well. I don't remember if I said it. Hello. And all this works. Assuming that okay, so basically recording the data is only one part of the stuff that I want to record. I also want to record the timing. I want to know when the data arrives. I want to be able to, like, record a time-stamped version of the data into, like, a file on the computer, right? And then I want to make a program that can read through that file and play back the data at the same speed with the same timings and everything that it arrived at, so that, you know, it actually sounds like music rather than all of the data pooped out at once. Like, we need to come out bit by bit, right? Play each note when it's meant to happen. So having it time-stamped is important. Music, exactly. How was my weekend? I don't know, really? It's kind of beginning now, I guess. I'm finally doing something. Now at 9 PM. But hello, hi. Hope yours is okay. Hope everybody's is okay. We're all alright. So, here I was, foolishly thinking that I can record the timestamp on the computer. I can look at when the data's coming in, right? I can just look at how much time has passed since the last data, or, you know, the computer has methods of timing. So I can just do that on the computer. And here I thought that too slow for music was an impossibility. No. Very much not. But anyway, the Arduino was technically fast enough. But here's the problem. This is the program. Actually, this is not even the program. This is a new version of the program that I worked on off stream after the last stream. This is the program that runs on the Windows side. And so this is the modified version. It's actually simpler than the one that I did on stream, where we are just trying to wait, actually, what am I doing here? Am I doing the thing where I set the timing? Yeah. So I set Windows's timing accuracy, if you like, to 1 millisecond, which is as low as you can go in the way that I'm doing it. This is stuff I've done before, so I do know that this works. And the thing is, even without sleeping at all, so maximum timing resolution possible at all. This also still doesn't work properly. But what we do is I try to read some bytes from the serial. So the way they're sending this is over a serial connection from the Arduino to the computer. The computer tries to read at least 1 byte of data. Actually, it tries to read as many as can fit into the buffer. But you know, if there's only 1 byte available, it'll only read 1. Problem is, TLDR, the driver from the serial port driver thingy is only delivering the data in multiples of 16 milliseconds. Even if we are not even doing any sleep at all between them, and we're just polling it over and over and over and over and over and over and over as quickly as possible, like flipping probably hundreds of thousands of times a second, at least tens of thousands of times a second, which really sucks. So we can't do that. It just won't, it refuses to give us any more frequently than that, which is really, really stupid. Even when I'm explicitly setting the timing resolution to shorter, it's out of the control of my program. Before it even reaches my program, it's being delivered, you know, less frequently than I need. So TLDR, the Arduino is going to need to do the timing. And it's going to need to send, along with the data that was just sent to the chip, the FM chip, like a little timestamp at the beginning as well. Hardware SDK programmers still live in the 70s. Hi, Dogrect. What? Oh, like the serial stuff? I actually would be shocked if Linux was this bad for this. The specific thing feels like I don't know, feels like it must be... Well, I mean, it's probably possible to write my own goddamn driver for Windows as well, but I don't want to be writing my own drivers. Anyway. Thank you for coming to my TED rant. So anyway, TLDR, I'm going to need to do the timing on the Arduino. And we already know that's impossible, because even just trying to immediately respond to the CPU on the keyboard saying, hey, here's data, with our own interrupt on the Arduino was too slow. The Arduino was too slow to respond to our own interrupt. Therefore, we know for sure that we wouldn't have a hope in hell of being fast enough if we kept the interrupt running that is responsible for keeping time on the Arduino. So I've stopped all interrupts on the Arduino to make it as fast as possible. But in order to know how many milliseconds the Arduino has been running for, you need an interrupt running that is pulling, and it's running like roughly once every millisecond. Not quite. It like makes up for the error after like 1,000 or so things. It like, I can't remember how it works. It like skips one or subtracts one or something. Anyway, TLDR, it can't keep track of time and respond to the latches quickly enough. So that's why I'm looking at this. Just count the processor cycles. Yeah, that would be great. That needs an interrupt. We can't do that for free. So, yeah. Also, if we're counting every single cycle, the CPU wouldn't be free to do anything else. Hello, Trade Splatter. Welcome. Welcome. Count the assembly cycles? No interrupts. Like, what do you mean by that, though? Hi, Liquid Cake! Oh my god! Thank you for the raid! What the hell? I didn't know you were streaming. Welcome! Wait, hang on a second. I just had a scary realization. Am I even following you? Give me a second. Anyway, welcome. Hello, sorry. How's your stream? I'm gonna do a shout out in just a sec. I wanna see if I'm following you. I'm not. Okay, I fixed that problem. That'll be why I didn't know you were streaming. Liquid Cake 1. What were you on to? Let's find out. Back from a cycling trip. Apotheosis time? Am I spelling it correctly? No spoiler plus. Where's Noita? Oh my god. Look at the stream length. 55559. So close to greatness. Pat pat. Congrats on your 6-hour stream. I hope you, please, like, I hope you've been taking care of yourself. Drink, stretch and stuff, and take care of yourself. It's a mod for Noita. We're having a great time with it. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Hi, hi. Yeah, something is up with my voice right now. It's a bit strange. My throat, I mean, it's stranger than usual. I'm about to be trying to use this thing. Spoiler, I technically already have tried to use it last night. That's why I know that this plan is a go. But yeah, I'm glad. I've never played Noita. But it is cool that, like, the entire world is just made of particles. Like, it seems like every point in space is like a particle, right? Lagasp, you have white skin? Kind of. Where are my gloves? I've, like, not been using gloves for the last few streams. As much as that means you can see my extreme, like, my nervously bitten... Well, my mix of nervously bitten and non-nervously bitten nails. Depending on which one got sacrificed last. Anyway, nail reveal. Hi. Every assembly command equals to an amount of cycles, and each cycle equals to an amount of microseconds. That's true. However, we don't know when the data is going to come through from the keyboard. So we can't rely on our own timing, right? Without, like, implementing a timer of sorts. Like, we can use assembly timing to time our own output, but we can't really use it to time our own input without needing something like a timer. We need, like, some variable that we increment every so many cycles, right? And then we've basically just re-implemented the timer that is already running by default in the Arduino, which was too slow. So, it's a bit unfortunate. This use case reminds me of the programmable I/O pins of the RP2040. You can basically have a dedicated state machine written... The more timer said, the less it sounds like a real word. Timer? Timer. Timer shoes? Timer ribbons. Timer interrupt. This use case reminds me of the programmable... You can basically... Oh, have I introduced myself from the people who are in Liquid Cake's stream? Hi, I'm a weird cat. I'm going to be doing some electronic stuff. I'm going to be replacing all this silly code where I was pulling and pulling and pulling and pulling instead of using interrupts because the interrupts were too slow. Yes, really. You can basically have a dedicated state machine written in a very reduced assembly instruction set to have ultra-low level control of I/O pins, inputs and outputs. What are you aiming to run on this BC? I'm not sure I've been following the project. Simply want to use it to capture data from a keyboard, musical keyboard. The CPU of a musical keyboard, the data that is sent to the synthesizer chip inside the keyboard. I want to capture it, I want to record it, and eventually I want to play it back. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves there. Sorry, C. I'm guessing you're linking to, like, some documentation for the RP2040. Which the Arduino is slightly too slow for. Technically, it wasn't too slow just for capturing data, but it is too slow for capturing data with a timestamp, which I'm going to have to do because, TLDR, I can't get accurate timestamps due to the flipping serial driver on Windows or something between the physical hardware and what ends up at my program on Windows. Which I guess is just the driver, right? So, this is hacking? It is! So yeah, thankfully the datasheet, the manual thingy that comes with that is not on my screen right now. That's not thankful, actually. I'm gonna close this. No, not that. I'm gonna close this. We don't need this open for now. What? I pressed Alt F4 and it says the following specified text was not found. Okay, cool. But can you Alt F4? Don't save? Did I not press Alt F4? What the hell? What was that about? Anyway, that was strange. Let me load this. So this is the, okay, now I'm actually wanting the thingy to be semi-transparent again. Actually, I'm just turn it off for a sec. So this is like the reference manual that comes with it. 2011, oh yeah. Anyway, really nicely, all the way at the bottom. All the way at the bottom. Here. Begins a long table. Basically half the manual is actually this table. And this is extremely, exactly, precisely, really, absolutely precisely what I need. It's really nice that it's in this rather than me having to look up somewhere else. An error occurred while performing this operation. The operation was a success. The operation was also not requested. And this is the datasheet for the controller that's on this board. So, basically, how the current code works and how I want the code to be. Basically, I want the current code to do exactly the same thing. I mean, the new code to do exactly the same as the current code. But I just want to rewrite it with... I should be able to get this to work exactly as it is now, with only making changes to which ports are like the naming of the ports, like which pins are connected to which ports, and then literally nothing else. That should just be it. Missing failed successfully. Proxy reader, hell yeah! Before they added the, you know, malware and the ugly ass ribbon thing in place of the toolbar. Anyway, so, oh yeah, also one more thing. The Arduino Mega and the keyboard are 5 volts systems. This is 3.3, but the Max32, all of the digital pins on it are 5 volt tolerant, which is really nice. The ones that can do analog input are not 5 volt tolerant. I just won't use those pins though. Thank you for the follow, Hardloop Weg or Hardloop Weg. That bit shift though, not great for cycle count. Well, maybe. Well, actually, you know what? I should have a look at the instructions, I guess. Because on the Arduino, it could only left shift and right shift by a single bit. So if you wanted to left shift by 7, that would be 7 cycles, 7 instructions. I think they were 1 cycle each. Maybe this one can bit shift by an arbitrary number in a fixed number of instructions. I don't know though, I haven't looked at that. Oh yeah, so the inputs, it can handle the 5 volts from the keyboard, which is fine. But the outputs are going to be 3.3 volts. But again, really usefully, the manual, is it this one or is it? Was it this one? Anyway, I mentioned that basically you can, there's a way of using it that basically will make it work like a 5 volt output. The idea is that you put the pins into a mode where when you say high, they just disconnect the pin rather than connecting it to 3.3 volts. And when you say low, they connect it to ground like normal. And then all you need to do is use a pull-up resistor on the pin, pulling it up to 5 volts. So when it disconnects the pin, it floats up to 5 volts like you want, which is fine because they're 5 volt tolerant pins. And then when it goes to ground, it goes down to 0. So it should be fine, but we're not even outputting yet anyway, so we don't need to worry about that yet. Also, we might not even need to do that. We might get lucky and the chip on the keyboard, just the threshold for what it considers high is, you know, around 3.3 volts. Or less than 3.3 volts. So it might just work anyway, but we have that up as sleeve. Yeah, open collector. Open collector. Yes, that's a thing. I don't think the Arduino can do that. Obviously, you can put it into input mode. But I don't think you can put it into a mode where a digital write will cause it to float when you say high. And I mean, I'm not going to be using the digital write functions anyway because they're way too slow. Did I tweak my tracking? It looks smooth. I did not. I've not tracked it. I mean, tweaked it. I've not tweaked it. Should be the same as always. But thank you, thank you. It might just be that my streaming setup's actually running smoothly for once in my life. As rare as that is. Anyway. There we go. Whoa!
Smooth.
Nymph! Arduino API can't do it, but the underlying MCU can sort of do it. Thank you very much for the flipping resub. Nymph, thank you for the flipping 21 months. Flipping. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I guess you could just, instead of writing to the port, which is like the output, you could like write to, you might be able to put it into a mode where you write to the data register, the DDR, the data direction register, instead of the port. And then if you write to a 0, you're setting it to output mode, which would ground it. And if and if you set it to 1, you're setting it to input, which will make it float. Something like that. I'm not actually sure if it's 0 or 1 is input or output, but something like that might be possible. I might be imagining it, but you look much smoother. Ah, I'm glad. Well, there was a stream I did recently, which is at 30 FPS. But I usually stream at 60. Wait, is this where it's mentioning it? I don't think it is. All IO pins are 5 tolerant means that it's safe to apply 5 logic. Wait. This one doesn't even mention the analog ones. Oh yeah, the digital IO pins are 5 tolerance. The analog cable IO pins are not 5 tolerant. But to provide tolerance to these pins, the Max32 contains clamp diodes. Okay, never mind. The board itself makes the analog pins 5V tolerant. That's kind of nice. Yeah, nice. Alright, so the chip itself doesn't. I was originally reading about that stuff in here. I didn't read in here that they've added protection. The minimum output high voltage is rated at 2.4 volts, but that's when it's sourcing 12 milliamps, which, dear God, I hope I never do. If I do that, something's gone wrong. When deriving a high impedance input, typical of CMOS, the output high voltage will be close to 3.3. It might be mentioned. Oh, I already read that. Sorry. The heat haze makes it flow. Ooh. Look at my fingers flowing. Something. TS's external interrupts on these pins as well. So what I was doing was, I whipped up a little, no, I didn't rip anything. I whipped up a quick oh my god, I can't speak. I whipped up a quick test. Thank you very much for the resub. 21 months, sheesh. As the same as Nymph, what the hell was going on here? What happened 21 months ago? What did I do that suddenly made people think, yes, this silly weird cat doing weird stuff on the internet. This is a good use of my time. Anyway, hi. Welcome, Est. I hope you're doing alright. Thank you very much. Wake up a whip test. Yeah, you get it. You speak my language. So I did a quick test. I just tried to turn on the serial pod, for lack of a better word. Set the LED to output. I think it already is by default, but
Nick! I guess it's just a time.
I guess it is. What the hell? Thank you. Oh my god, tier 3 as well. Thank you so much for Miku months. Congratulations on the Miku subscription duration. You're very wavy. Is it still hot in the UK? In my room it is, and it's pretty warm outside. It's not as crazy, but in my room it is. Thank you very much, Lick. So in a loop we just print Nyan, and then we wait a while, and then we try turning on the LED, the built-in LED on that, using digital write, which obviously should work. And then I directly write to port A here, And thanks to this, so this we know that it's on pin 13, right? So when we look at this table here, and we look at PIC pin 13, this might be more of a pain to find than I thought. Well, I already know where it is, so I'm gonna cheat. It's it's RA3. It's not RA3. It is RA3. I was looking in the wrong column. I should have been looking at ChipKIT pin number. There we are. Anyway, so that is a port A3 basically. When we look at what port A does, I'm so glad that I'm already familiar with this from Arduino stuff, but like at Mega stuff. But yeah, so port A here, by writing a value to this, these are the lowest 16 bits, control a whole bunch of pins, including these 8 in a row, which are extremely useful. So you won't even need to do any bit shifts if we use this port, as long as these are all exposed. STA for GPIO. STA for GPIO. Isn't it normal for specialized functions to be on general GPIO pins, and you choose between whether you want the specialized function or the other thing? Acetyn-chan has been a moderator for 6 months. What is this? Wait, did that just start a hype train? Or contribute to it? I've never seen this message in my life before. Congratulations, or I'm very sorry, Acetyn. 6 months of mod and no mod work has been done. Don't worry. That's kind of how I am in at least one more channel as well. Not by my... Like, I don't want it to be that way, it just is that way. Myriad Minds. Being a channel. Like that, I think. Oh, hi, Myriad! Either that means well-behaving community, or, it's generally an extremely cool community. Hi, Top. Accident Nuke Jam Session. Like music? This is not meant to be me making a spooky gesture. It's Yukiev piano emote. Maybe I should have my hands down here more. Yuck community is the bestest, most wittiest community. Is it? Aww. I'm glad that you think so. I also think that it's an extremely kind community, and I very much appreciate the puns made here. Yeah. I know everybody's gonna think their community is the best, of course, but... Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, what I did was I then wrote code that just toggles this pin. So this being bit 0123 to toggle pin RA3. And should we plug it in and see what happens? Because let's hope it hasn't magically broken between today and yesterday. And the other way around. Time's flowing forwards at the moment, so, you know. Oh, by the way, one sucky thing about this board is that compiling and uploading and especially just the startup sequence, like it takes a long time in the bootloader. Like maybe like 10 seconds just in the bootloader before it even begins, even if you're not uploading. Hi Crim King, welcome. So hey Yuki and chat, hope you... Thank you very much for the hype train. We have a hype chest. I'm clicking open, let's see what it gives me. Can't believe it gave me eat, what the hell? Ah, I'm back, hi. It gave me this, which is strange. Hope you're all enjoying the much cooler weather. Oh yeah, I'm really enjoying the 31.6 degrees Celsius in my room right now. Remember to keep windows closed and stuff because hay fever. The injections that I had this time has not really helped much. I can barely make some beeps. You can make real good music. Do I? Thank you. Are you a cool kid? You are, apparently. You said you're in the Midlands where it was 22 degrees the other day. Anyway, let me turn on the thingy and boop. You can already see we're getting 2 flashes. Followed by a longer gap. So that's flash, flash, and then a longer gap. And if we open the serial port and wait for it to get out of the bootloader again. Okay, that was less than 10 seconds, it was like 5. Yeah, we're getting a nyan, flash, flash, nyan, flash, flash. Isn't that pretty cool? Isn't that pretty cool? So I'm actually kind of curious. I haven't done any measuring of this yet. I also don't know if it's running at 80 megahertz by default because the box says up to 80 megahertz operating speed, right? So maybe I have to change it somehow. But what I want to do is just put it into a tight loop of toggling a pin on and off, and on off, on off, on off, on off, on off, using this method. Oh, by the way, the datasheet explicitly said that if you want to toggle a pin, do it this way. Don't do the thing where you read the value, XOR it, and then write the value. Because if you do it this way, it can be compiled into less instructions, basically. I think it was like a single instruction. Which is also something that the Arduino can do. There's an instruction on that one to toggle a single bit as well in one instruction if I remember rightly. 1 cycle. Time to rewrite the bootloader in assembly with a low latency timeout for extreme flash memory roast. Wait, no, I'm not gonna roast it, right? Chiptunes are still music? I mean, yes. Absolutely. You got this one the other day, it's actually best. It's so cute, right? It's a Finch. I got that one as well. I think it's probably we got them from the same moment in my channel. So I'm gonna move this into its own thingy, I guess. Let's call this test 1. I mean, this is all gonna be deleted anyway, so I don't even know why I'm keeping it, to be honest. And we're just gonna do a thing where we turn on and off a pin. I'm actually gonna do this a few times in a row because I'm also gonna do it on a different pin. Should I do it on a different pin? Let's do it on a different pin. Let's do it on pin 12. What is pin 12? RA2. That's nice and easy. Just in case, like the LED, the capacitance of the something LED, something makes the waveform not as fast. Because I'm going to be probing this. So we're going to go like on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. Then the whole thing will loop, which will be slower. It'll be even slower if I don't put it in its own loop, because I don't actually know why, but it is. On the Arduino at least. And then we're going to have a look at the waveform. I mean, if you want to toggle pins, I would probably be like, why not use the OC timers, which are for toggling pins. Oh yeah, if you want to do it at a fixed rate that's not as fast as possible, that makes sense, yeah. Okay, let's see. COM12, I guess. Either that or I'm about to overwrite my temperature thing. Well, it's not going to work, is it? Because that's not a Max32. Right, let me get a probe out in advance. It's probing time. Pucker, no, don't pucker up, otherwise I can't probe. Okay. We're now seeing no LED action, which is actually a good thing. Oh my god, the fact that you can see me unzipping and zipping up this invisible bag is kind of nice. Okay, I'm gonna unplug this for a sec. Look for a good place for me to clip my probe around. I wonder if I could clip to this, to the USB thing. A bit going on in the back. Let's find out. Listening in while the bits are banging. The Arduino library does ret and call stack things in the leave function. Also, the Arduino library by default leaves the timers on, which causes intermittent jitter. Yeah, true. We're gonna get to see just how bad the jitter is. Oops. Just how bad the jitter is as well. I accidentally clicked my fingers. I can't even click my fingers normally, but I just accidentally clicked my fingers. This is kind of a pain in the rectum, actually. If I could clip to the reset button, it might actually be easier. It's kind of annoying. I can't easily clip to this. Oh, hold on a second. What if the power supply thing on the back, that's got some juicier contacts that would be possible to clip to. It's possible to turn off the timers to make the toggling extremely consistent. True, that's what I did with the Arduino. Because the timers themselves were slowing it down too much. But I know that you're talking more about consistency than the other thing. That's also what I did for sending out data for the WS2812, 2811, whatever. It's all the same thing. For my MIDI LED display, because I needed that accurate timing. Okay, is that connected to this? Yes, it is. Is it connected to this? Yes. Is it connected to this? No. Okay. I should be able to clip my scope probe to this edge of the power barrel jack thingy. That'll be a nice convenient ground. A little something like that. Skill unlocked, click fingers. Okay, pin 12 is now being probed. Yeah. I have to peel back the something. I have to speak. Oh, how to say this. Okay, we're probing now. Ta-da! And connect the scope probe. Sure it doesn't explode when I plug it in. Good. Okay, we don't need this on. Let's just get this going constantly. Center in. And we're seeing a whole lot of nothing. And that's quite possibly because I didn't set the pin to output mode. Pin mode 12 output. We don't need to be doing this anymore. Bloop. It's a senior? I wish I would... Pune mode. What the... Sounds Chinese. The senior I wish I would become someday. What, me? Or Misaka? Hi, welcome Maki. How are you doing? How are you makiing? Oh, you can't really see the communication LEDs, so you can only see the green one. Oh, there we are, okay. We're getting some stuff. Let's take a close look at these pulses. Let's just capture once. Let me also set up a measurement thingy. Where are we? Measure. Clear the previous measurements. Type. We want frequency, I suppose. Boop. That's not frequency. About 4 megahertz. 4.7 megahertz. So that would imply this is running at 8 megahertz? Question mark? Or 4 megahertz? Wait, am I being silly? Well, it kind of depends if it's able to do this in a single instruction, doesn't it? Are we calling Uke old? I don't know. You're playing some AC Odyssey, so Guess you're fine. Is the XOR port instruction single cycle? I do not know. I haven't even looked into the instruction set at all. Which frankly is a thing that I should be doing. I also kind of want to look about flipping CPU speed stuff. Why am I moving it over the screen actually? Megahertz. It just says 80 megahertz, so I guess that is what it's running at then. Up to 98 milliamps when running at 80 megahertz. Should we? Should we measure how much current is drawing? Nah. Alright, should we look up the instructions? I guess we should look up the instructions then. Is that kind of stuff in here? No, I think this is the wrong data sheet for that. Look at these things flicking past. Yeah, what do I even look for? What instructions I should be searching for? MIPS 16E? Is that what it's... Is that the name of it? Instruction. Instruction set. The blah, 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 complies with the MIPS 32 release 2 instruction set. Without these things. Refer to MIPS 32 architecture for programmers volume 2, the MIPS 32 instruction set at this place. Okay. Okay. Wait a sec. What the fuck am I looking at? Why did I just search for this thing? It would be more useful if I search for MIPS 32 architecture for programmers volume II, the MIPS 32 instruction set. Okay, I found it. Very catchy short file name. Actually, the file name is short. What is it though? Arduino? I hardly know. No. It's just like the Matrix. Maybe you know Kung Fu now. I don't. I'm afraid. It's not a thing that I know. Ah!
Cheese.
Why? Oh my god, we got a single marker for each instruction. Oh, this would be so nice if it actually told me the number of cycles on each one. Oh, are we gonna have to look up a separate book for the number of cycles? This doesn't seem to be telling me the number of cycles. Thank you for the pads. Thank you for the pads. Okay, how do I know the number of cycles? Why do companies not put this all in one thing? Why is Atmel the only company that knows how to make a datasheet for their microcontrollers? How do we do this? What do I even search for at this point? Let me yoink the name of this. Bloop. And say, instruction, CPU, cycle, count, something, I don't even know. Flash programming specification is something I care about. Family reference run manual? This one? Maybe? Hi Nonkiddo! Hi Fallen Charlotte! IPC has gotten really complicated since pipelining happened. IPC? Inter-process communication? Yeah, pipelining was a mistake.
Currently, I have this urge to sing The Lion Sleeps Tonight. It's always just on my way.
Nice. Single cycle ALU. Okay, so we know we can do some arithmetic things in one cycle. Nice. What about the rest? Single cycle for some bit manipulations on peripheral registers, which makes it sound like it should only take a single bit to a single cycle to flip a port pin. Every 2 system clock cycles. That's interesting. So there is a way to access the core, the CPU cycle count with this apparently. Disclaimer, not your joke. I saw it on a thingy today and thought it's funny. It is funny. Single, singular, yes. That MCU is a banger. It's the heart of a single chip basic microcomputer. That's kind of cool. Known as a Maximite. Have to sleep. Bye bye, artist! Instructions per clock. Ah. Okay. Where is like a... we're not... What I'm wondering is like a table with like how long the things take. Even the ARM CPU can tell me how many cycles it takes in general. I don't think this is the right PDF. Is new microcontroller the synthesizer project? Yes! Actually. How do we know this? What do you... Instruction... Cycles? What do I even search for, man? I just want to know what speed is running at, basically. Well, I guess what I could... I guess what I could actually just do is make a damn program and see if it's... You know... requires some kind of cooling. It's... warm. You guess the board manual would tell what the default is? The board manual just says 80 megahertz. But then the box that the board came in says up to 80 megahertz. Anyway, let's see. ChipKIT Max32. Is it actually 80 megahertz? It just says that it is 80 megahertz in various places. Yeah, I'm not even seeing like a way to set the... Yeah, it just seems to be 80 megahertz. Anyway, a bit weird then that I'm seeing 4 megahertz, isn't it? On the pin. I don't like that at all. What does this say? Wait, is this the same? Oh, this is the same thing I already got loaded. Clock speed. Oh, this is talking about the I2C bus. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, there's nothing that seems to even talk about setting the CPU frequency. So I guess it is just that. The only thing I see actually is when you're like, oh, this is not even, this is just for platform IO so that it knows the speed thingy, right? Like you're not even, We're just describing what it even is at the moment, and this is just what it runs at. It's not like you're choosing the speed for it to run at. Kind of wild if 80 megahertz would produce only 4 megahertz. Yeah, it's something that's not quite right, is it? Riding bicycles and flip-flops is awful. I can imagine. Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't do that to yourself. Anyway, that's a sad thing. Let me zoom out and capture a bigger one. Just so that I can hopefully see the, you know, the inaccuracies of the timing caused by the timer. Okay, I'm seeing a little blip there. Zoom in. Oh my goodness, look at that. I mean, that's to be expected. How long is that? That is... Oops. About 2.2 microseconds. I hate to say this. But could it be that it's also too slow this time? Australian sounding problem? Australian sounding? Flip-flops are English. I thought they were called thongs in Australia. Why is this whole thing running so slowly, basically, is what I want to know. Are there examples, actually? Hold on a second, maybe there are examples for this. No, I didn't think about this until now. Where should we even be looking? Ah, here we are. ChipKIT Max32 bridge. Let's see what options there are. Deipk. Deufk. Dstval. Dspy. Dtwi. EEPROM. Ethernet. We've got examples within examples. Fermata. HTTP server. Liquid crystal 1-wire. RAM vol. SD server. Soft PWM. Soft SPI. Software serial. SPI. SPIRAM or SPIRAM. Stepper. And wire. And I think that's the last one. And nothing here seems to even be mentioning about CPU speed and stuff, so. You get all your Australian from neighbors. Nobody in English chooses to ride a bike in flip-flops. I see what you mean, the act of doing it. I see. What is this retired thing? That's interesting. And so I'm tempted to assume that it's actually running at that speed. The 18 megahertz, but why the hell are we seeing such a... There's nothing else I can even think to make it do that I can use to measure the speed, you know what I mean? I guess I could try setting serial speeds to absurdly high speeds and seeing if the pin pulses really quickly with data that it's sending out. A roundabout way of doing it, but you know. Desperate times, desperate measures, and all that. All is from 10 cycles from flip-flop. 10 cycles from flip-flop? Oh, I didn't even see that message. Oh, wait, I did. I didn't read the second half of it, though, as that sounds more like 10 cycles per flip-flop. What are the single cycle ALU ops? Who knows? Who knows? I was looking for a datasheet that told me how long the things are. And I couldn't find one. And I got bored and gave up looking. Hi, Hacken. Sorry, I just slapped the mic. Hi, Hacken. Well, you know, if it's just that, it doesn't really matter. I'm more disturbed by the fact that this interrupt here, which is hopefully just the one for, you know, keeping track of time, took, well, okay, so it took 2.25 microseconds to complete, actually, which is actually better than the Arduino, which took, I feel like it took somewhere like that in order to just start the interrupt. Thank you for the pats. Your ears have been slapped. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Cheese.
I have to restart face tracking because I'm not allowed to frown. VC face is being kind of shit with allowing me to frown recently. Okay, now I can frown. There we are. I don't know frown now though because just Jane's reading me.
Cheese.
Oh my goodness. Welcome. Hi, why cheese? Stop.
Cheese.
Oh my god.
Cheese.
Why?
Cheese!
Welcome. Fishing for a cheese. Fishing for a cheese? Oh my goodness. Fishing for a
Kasaraki.
raid range. Thank you very much for the resub, Ty999. And hi, I'm being attacked right now. God. Well, I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. How are you? Welcome Captain Ninchilla and Motan VT. Thank you for the follow as well. And thank you for the follow Neutral Circle. Hello, hi. I saw that one just before it appeared on my setup. Sup? Welcome
Jeez.
Red Epicness and Topo again. And Sprig VTuber. And Ty and Jan Martin. And Justine. And Kainaps? Grim EDM. Hello, Orbital Void. Welcome everybody in Neutral Circle. I've already said hi. Hi! Thank you for the follow, Mental Mentat. Hello, what are you up to? Let me shout you out. Let me grab it from the Twitch API. It's already gone out of my view. Wait, and Yan was requested. Hold on, I have to... Yan. There you go. Requested by Red Epicness. I hope it was satisfactory. Shoutouts. Just. __ Jane. Nope, those are close brackets. Let's try again. So get this cat a tall glass of iced tea. Please! Please! C++ Twitch integrated dumb stuff maxing. Oh. Almost forgot to have headband. Wait, I can't do it. There we are. I was betrayed by hand tracking. Almost. Season 2, episode 9. C++ Twitch integration. That's interesting. I've never tried to do Twitch stuff in C. Oh, ++, yeah. We need to C#. Exactly 5 hours? Oh, was it exactly 5 hours? I didn't see. Nice, congrats. Hello. Hi. Welcome. I hope you had fun. Hello, everyone. I'm a weird cat. Let me introduce myself. Which means I slide into the middle of my screen. And I say hi. Then I press the button again and we move back down here. Hello. Good evening, Yuka. I see you haven't melted yet. That's good. I mean, I have the heat haze, which means my room is more than 30 degrees. Yeah, this is in my room, unfortunately. That temperature is not outside, thankfully. But yeah, I hope you had fun. Welcome in, everybody. Hi. Take care of yourself, Jean. I very much appreciate the raid, though. I am trying to... I'm just playing around with a new microcontroller, basically, or dev board. Which is not new at all. I mean, it's like 10... I got it 10 years ago. Also, oh boy. It's spooky time. Hello. How are you doing? Jane was fighting her eternal nemesis. Her past self!
Cheese.
Why? I do also often have to be annoyed at past Duke. sorry. It's the worst enemy, your past self, sometimes. You're perplexed that the PIC32 datasheet specifies only one default value of 15 variables related to oscillator. Huh. I mean, I'm just not seeing anything online anywhere talking about how to set CPU speed on this thing, you know? So I'm assuming that it's 80 megahertz by default, right? Unless I wonder if they want you to use their... Oh my goodness, thank you for the sub! Welcome, thank you very much, Jonathan. Hi. You've trained a neural network to recognize and classify radio transmissions, like SSB, DSB, AM, blah, 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 blah. What on earth? Recognize them? Or classify? Wait, so like... it looks at something and tells you whether they're SSB, DSB, AM. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. Which microcontroller are you working with? It's a PIC something rather. Hold on. Let me slap the exact thing on here. I should probably pin it actually. The microcontroller is a microchip. This. I'm gonna pin it. On a dev board called the ChipKIT Max32. But yeah, they might want you to use their maybe they how do I explain this? Maybe they forked the Arduino SDK, which is the thing they did, because they added options for like some sort of fuses, or not exactly fuses, but options outside your code, you know, almost like, I don't know, something. And that's where you choose the CPU speed. Thank you very much for the follow. How do I pronounce that? Francis Cockcroos is here. By the way, does the board have a crystal? I would assume so. Oh yeah, I can read what it says in the crystal, right? But I mean, it could still be like dividing the frequency. Hold on. Let me take this out. Is this thing the crystal? I see a thing that says 8.00 MEC or G? C. MECAL2 1S or something. That's what's written on that silver thing. Finger jump scare? Sorry. It is a live cam, yeah. That makes it sound like it's an 8 megahertz crystal, which would explain why we're getting 4 megahertz pulses. But you know, maybe that's just what it uses, and it uses like a phase locked loop thingy to get it up to higher speeds, like the STM32 does as well. It looks at streams and from the hardware and classifies it. Interesting, like the audio, the wave, the raw audio, the rawdio, you can say. I guess I'll put it back. I can plug it back in. Can you see the red LED there? Oh, it's not actually flashing anymore, is it? Oh. This is also a live view up here.
Oi, jeez.
IQ streams, it's raw data. That's really impressive. That's a lot of data. That's actually really, really cool, you know. My cheese. Shoves cat into a cooling suit. No melting. Oh my god, I wish. I'm having cheese thrown at me. Also, oh my god, 6 months in advance that sub was. Thank you so much, Jan Martin. What on earth? What on earth, brackets?
Cheese.
Affectionate. Stop!
Cheese.
Oh, hi, Yusha. Also, hi, Ottilie. I don't know if I ever said hi to Ottilie. Wait, was it you, Ottilie, who patted me and then cheesed me? Yeah, it was. Ha! I did say hi. How's your day been? I mean, it's basically just beginning. It's basically beginning. If Fin 6.3/OSC1 and 6.4/OSC2 are connected to that, then yeah. It would be a very interesting design choice to create a hardware limitation, but market it as higher. I mean, there are also like some jumpers, like some... Let me just disconnect some things. There's like things. I don't know if you can see some of this, but like there are some unpopulated headers. There's like a... Oh, I don't think that's meant to be a solder bridge. It says C... It says... Well, it says C17, but there doesn't seem to be a capacitor there. And it also says C26 there, but there's like... That's not populated either. It's kind of interesting. Got some jumpers over here as well, but that's only selecting master and slave stuff for SPI. Every pad should be accompanied by cheese. No, you should not! How dare you! How dare you? Look, think of the look. She makes me like girls even more than I already do. What the? What the? Aw. Thank you. You'll send it to me so you can Google it after you finish streaming. Okay, sure, thank you. And hopefully cool down a bit. I wouldn't go that far. Did you know that your hardware survived the recent water spill situation on your desk? My keyboard did. That's the only thing I've tested. Oh, the oscilloscope as well. But, like, the oscilloscope was barely touched. Thank goodness. And then there's a power selection jumper. Jumper? I barely know. You know what? I'm just gonna download the goddamn proprietary ID thing. I want to see if it shows an option. I want to see if it shows an option. Like, it's not like you can't do a... like, for example, if I were to select here, like an ESP32 board, or 8266 or whatever. Like, what about one of the D1? I have a D1 mini clone. I'm pretty sure that that adds... There we are. Look, you can choose the CPU frequency here, and a bunch of other things. So it's not like they couldn't have made their core work in the same way. But when I choose the ChipKIT... wherever it is. I know where it is. Can't see it. I'm blind. 32x4, 32x7, that makes where is it? There it is. It doesn't add these. I also tried the version that says USB 4 serial. That makes USB serial not work, funnily enough. I thought it's the one I'd need to make it work, but actually it's the one I need to make it not work, so... Jump my cat. If you need to test the zappies, you know who to ask. Thank you. It's probably okay. It's probably fine. Anyway, let's download that thing, shall I? Wait, I wasn't even able to last time. When I tried to, it was like a thing I had to compile myself. I'm not doing that. Where are we? They call it MP Lab IDE. Wait, that's not their own fork actually, that's... Hold on. That's something else. That's microchip's ID. Oh god, I'm about to install that, am I? Am I about to install that? I don't think I'm about to install that. Am I about to install that? I don't think I am. Am I? I don't think I am. Can't be sure though. The system clock is on PIC pins 63 and 64, but don't seem to be pinned out on the connector. Yeah, this is mentioning about the different things in there. It's not really pointing to any points of interest, the things that look like unpopulated pads. And look here, you can see it says the same thing, actually. Hold on, let me open this in a new tab. Look at this. You can see that, it says 8000 MEC and something else that's different. But yeah, so that's the same. Also, I gotta be quiet, people are coming to bed. I know people wanting to sleep at 10 PM. Pretty cringe, right? I gotta change a thing so I can be quieter. Hold on one sec. Okay. There we are. Noise gate adjusted. Oh,
Pogman.
Plopma. Looks like the internal Furk oscillator. What is that? It is also 8 MHz, but it has a default divider of 2. If writing to FRC div a value of 0, which is div 1, makes it faster, then it's using that. And an external oscillator could maybe be installed somehow. You wish you were in bed? Oh, also, hi Cabbage. Oh, welcome. Is this like a thing that I can just try? So I can just try this, right? Let's have a look. Let's look at the registers. Registerma. Registerma, yes. What are you looking for? Clock, I suppose. Peripheral bus clock. +1. Oh, is there like a whole procedure we have to go through to make it switch clock speed like there was with the STM32? External key frequency, external clocks only allowed. This is saying like a maximum of 50 megahertz. Oh, this is all like... so you would not even be using an external crystal of like 80 megahertz. So I guess there is like some phase lock loop thing inside that's making it go up to 80 megahertz, right? Like multiplying it? Hoopy loopy jumping? Okay, is there a PLL phase lock loop? EC, oh god, this literally says ECPLL. So yeah, I guess there is. High speed phase lock loop thing, I guess. So PLL input requirements 4 megahertz to 5 megahertz. That doesn't sound quite right. Okay, can we like look this up somewhere? In more detail? PLL voltage controlled oscillator input frequency range. Okay, well, I mean, it's too high, right? Because our chip is, our little crystal is 8 megahertz, so I guess it's not using this. FSys on chip VCO system frequency is 60 to 120. 80 megahertz fits in between those two things. Man, if I could like actually probe a pin. Oh, hold on. There might be an ability to set a pin to be the system clock. This is a thing you can do on the STM32. Then I could just probe that pin and we can see what speed the system clock's running at. Let's see if we can do that. AETX clock, probably not that one. ERX clock, I don't know about that. ARX, ERF clock, what a lot of clocks, holy crap. ETX clock, TUR clock, ATX clock. I don't know what any of these things mean. That's the end of the, no, it's not the end of the table actually. keeps going. But wait, there's more. Oh, okay. So this is the actual... Oh, well, oh, that is connected to pin 63. Wait, really? 63. Like it has 63 written here, as if 63 is actually an exposed thing. Well, I guess it's acting like it's not. Question mark? I guess not. These are special things on the VDD, OSD1, OSD2, and VSS. Let's see. Click, 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 true click. What do any of these things mean? Look out into like the... Do they have a section for like pin special functions or something like on the STM32? I'm just gonna keep searching for click. Actually, let me search for what this calls. Alright, true click. What's true click? Is pin 91 a thing that's exposed? It's not. Let's go for one that actually is exposed on a pin. Like, for example... Pin 53? Is that exposed? It is. Alright, let's see what the hell pin 53 is. A pin 53... Let's search for Let's search for any of this. First one. Sure. ERX CLK. Oh my god, I can't even select it. ERX CLK. Hi, Teal. Welcome, welcome. More sleep. ERX CLK, ERX CLK, ERX CLK. Okay, can you like tell me what they mean? Or are you just gonna show me a table with them all? Oh, Ethernet receive clock. Okay. Alright, so we definitely want ERX CLK. This one says a ERX CLK. Is that also related to Ethernet? A ERX CLK. Alternate Ethernet receive clock. Okay. Alright, we definitely don't want any of those things. Wow, look at all these different things. Maybe there is... Oh, sorry, that's frozen. AETX, I guess that's alternate Ethernet transmit clock. TR clock, what is TR clock? TR clock. Trace clock, what the hell is trace clock? Trace. The hardware pins can be connected to a hardware trace-enabled programmer to provide a compressed real-time instruction trace. I guess this is for debugging, right? I think this is probably not what I want at all. Interesting though. And that can apparently be done on a bunch of different pins as well. I'm searching for this again instead of just clock. It's when you clock someone out and leave a trace without leaving a trace. Clocko and clicky. More of these Ethernet thingies. Oh. Okay. It doesn't look like it's possible to put the clock out on a pin. It's a bit unfortunate. Kind of sad. Feet dance. Emote prefix is feet. That's funny. Wait, why can't I? There we are. Slap the floor with that tail. It's when the long uke traces a wobbly line around the microcontroller. It's kind of cute. Like she goes around it in a wobbly line. How much power is the board drawing? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe I could just measure that and we can use that as a sign of how much it's what speed it's running at. To be able to do that, I'd need to power it through the 5V input pin. could quite amusingly, I could power it via the Arduino as a 5-volt regulator.
Old MacDonald had a farm, and on the farm he had some chickens.
The breathing.
With a cock here and a cock there, here a cock, there a cock, everywhere in a cock.
I cannot believe how well she read that. She really had to prepare herself for the beginning, but she managed. Good job, RoboYuke. I can't believe she's like even pronouncing the cook correctly. Alright, yeah. Well, I don't even know what to make of this. Wait, hang on. Someone said something earlier that I wanted to look at. FRC div. You shouldn't be patting me, you should be patting RoboYuke. But hi! Welcome, Quim King. Hi. Okay, so this is the clock stuff. Alright, what do we got here? FRC oscillator, 8 MHz typical. I don't know what FRC is. And something separate to this, which is the primary oscillator, I guess, because there's a separate crystal. So I guess it's this? This is the thing that's running at 8 MHz? And then it goes into this. Oh, but it wants it to be 4 mega. Wait. Hold on. Oh, it can also go up to this. Oh, this kind of looks like what I'm... Oh no, it's only for USB clock. Never mind. This is just for USB clock. Okay, here's where we end up with CPU here. So somewhere from here, we need to get the 80 megahertz, right? A secondary oscillator. Oh, that's a low speed one. Oh! Thank you for saving the kidneys. I actually don't need to save them at the moment. So I'll refund you for that. But thank you. Okay, so this big block here. So it's saying that the CPU clock can come from any of these things. But these are all things to scale it down, right? If this is 8 megahertz, then the only way to increase 8 megahertz is this path, because the PLL here can multiply, but apparently it can only multiply by 2. So that would get us up to 16 megahertz, which is amazing. Oh wait, no, sorry. This is telling me which bits of this it's doing actually. But it's also saying that frequency in must be between 4 and 5 megahertz. Oh, so I guess you could divide it from the 8 megahertz down to a lower thing? Is that what that means? Yes, because Fin is at this point. Okay, so we can divide 8 megahertz down to 4 megahertz here, hopefully, if we can divide by 2. And then maybe PLL can boost it up something crazy? It's never going to be able to suddenly magically reach 80 though, right? PLL can only multiply only by 15 and above. Okay, that's actually kind of nice. What's 14? What's 4 times 15? 60, right? Interesting. And then divide. And we should be able to choose this for CPU and stuff. Right? It sounds like a plan. It sounds like a plan that we shouldn't need to do. But it sounds like a plan. Anyway, let's see what PLL mult gives us. PLL mult. Okay, but what are the... PLL mult. Oh, look at this! So if we wanted 80 megahertz, we'd want... And we're putting in 4 megahertz, then we'd want 80 divided by 4. So we want a multiplier of 20. Which should be 101 here. You remember when computer cases used to have a dedicated turbo button? Couldn't resist making a brum brum noise when I pressed it, even though it actually slowed down. True. Okay, so I can't believe we're actually having to considering doing this by hand. But let me make some notes. Let's make some notes. Wanted CPU speed 80 megahertz. Also, I wonder if it's going to get super hot if it actually does run at 80 megahertz, huh? I think I have like a small heatsink that I could put on this. I think I still have one. And then crystal OSC speed is 8 megahertz. So our plan is to make the PLL. So 8 megahertz. We're gonna go, okay. 8 megahertz crystal into whatever the divider was, div by 2 equals 4 megahertz into PLL, which does, so this does times 20 equals 80 megahertz at that point. So the PLL, well, let me find out the names of these things. Let's see. I'm so glad I've already done this before on an STM32 because I'd be lost otherwise. Mind you, I'm not actually trying to do it yet, so I might still get lost. So it's called PLL input divider. This is called PLL multiplier. And this is PLL input divider. Can't remember to spell the whole thing. And then we want the PLL output divider ideally to like divide by 1, right? We don't want it to change anything. So this is kind of annoying to have written out horizontally. So that goes into this. Then it goes into this. And then finally it has to go through PLL output divider. Can I actually spell the full thing now? So this is divided by 1, hopefully. Will keep us at 80 megahertz. Okay. There's also this thing, COSC. So this wants to take input from here, the top one. Otherwise, if it takes it from the bottom one, it's the internal one, which is also 8 megahertz. So maybe it wouldn't make a difference either way, actually. But so we want it to be PIOSC to take it from this. So then this goes into the COSC, which I assume means choose oscillator, right? To choose. So this is primary oscillator, which is that. To choose primary oscillator, which then goes into this. And then that, and then that, and then this should just come out into here, right? We need to choose, this thing needs to then choose whatever this is. PLL, I guess. What is this thing called? This is also called COSC. And it's the same bits. What the hell? Why is there another thing called COSC using bits 2 to 0 that's controlling? Ah! Strange. Very strange. Maybe we should look up COSC then. Okay, then finally it goes into... Finally... COSC to... Hi, Salvi. What does that mean? to choose. Okay, so then this to choose. To use this as CPU clock, I guess. I guess? COSC. COSC. Where are you? Here. So we don't want this, we don't want this. We want primary oscillator with PLL, I guess. Seems we what we want, right? What is this? What is this XTHS thingy? Oh, right, it's that without anything done to it. Okay. Why does it have so many different names? What is this? Oh, I lost it again. What the? So you want 011. So this is 0C bits to 0. I guess I'm gonna write it this way actually. This actually. Oh, hold on. Equals 011. I also need to make a note of what register this is in, but I'll do that in a minute. PLL input divider we need next. Fuplitive. What's the F all about? What is this? F PLL div and then PLL div. What's the F all about? Print on Nyan. Look, I need to make sure the serial connection was working. Input divider bits. Okay, so we need to divide it by 2. So this means, yes, this is 001. Let's go back again. Next up, we want PLL mult. That is times 20. Times 20 is 101. I really hope that there aren't crazy hoops that I have to jump through when I'm changing these things. Oh, they almost certainly are, but hopefully it works. MPLO div. You spend all your day learning DLXV and now you're watching this? Oh no, what is DLXV? And again, we can output divide by 1, which is nice. So that we don't change it. Which is 000. And then COSC again. COSC. Oh, it stands for current oscillator, not choose oscillator. Interesting. So I guess we would set up all of this stuff first and then do this. It says under the register description that it needs an unlock sequence. It doesn't surprise me. Oh, what's really gonna annoy me is if you have to complete the sequence within a certain number of cycles, which basically means do it in assembly. If we're not lucky. But I was lucky with the STM32 and the code did compile into a way that does it in a short enough number of cycles. Also, the COSC is current, read only. NOSC. Oh, kinda new. That's kind of neat. Oh my god, that's actually really neat. I kind of wish STM32s was like that. Thank you, thank you. That's actually extremely important. Right, NOSC. Ignore the COSC. We want the NOSC. I don't understand why, again, we need this. This is... Well, I guess what they're saying is that this, if it's set to this, then COSC is going to affect both, or NOSC is going to affect both this, because it knows that you want this one, for example, and this, because it knows that you want, yeah, this one. This bugs me that there are these 4 different things there. XT, phasor loop, HS, EC, and FRC. What do these all mean? You said NOSC, you poll COSC, you write the selector register. Hi, Cyanox. I actually don't know yet. I haven't quite got that far. I'm just trying to work out what values I need. I'm about to read the procedure now, I guess. Nyanop. Okay, so this is 2 things. I'm gonna make a note of this at the end. To choose primary ask 3PL as CPU clock. That's basically what it's choosing, right? Well, let's have a look at the procedure. Enough reckoning. First, need to change the clock to a stable source, which it should be a power on, right? Having already run the bootloader. Okay, then search for NOSC. I reckon we'll find an explanation if we search for that, hopefully. Unless there's a separate... Okay, there is not an explanation. Okay. Write to this register requires an unlock sequence. Refer to section 6 oscillator. Oh, we got a bunch of separate things here. Oscillator switch enable bit. Initiate an oscillator switch to selection specified by NOSC. So write to NOSC first by the look of it. And then you need this to be set to 1. However, in order to be able to do that, you need to do some kind of sequence first. But surely you'll do all this stuff first before you say this. They're not getting to another castle? I mean, document. Oh, it is, yeah. Oh, it's got a number rather than just a short novel. I need a mix of short novel and light novel. I need a shite novel. Okay, can you give me the thing? Amazing, amazing. I search for this and it just finds the line in the PDF that I'm reading right now saying oscillator blah 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 in the PIC32 family reference. This one's also saying blah 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 in the family reference. This one's also saying blah 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 blah. Where is that? I guess I will just search for PIC32 family reference manual. Seems like this number is completely useless. Well, there's PIC32MX family reference manual. There's PIC32M family reference manual. There's PIC32MZ family reference manual. I guess it's this. DLX is a paper implementation of RISC architecture. I think I see. Okay, why is I even put it in speech marks, and it's like this still shows up first. This is silly. Anyway, let's grab it, the correct one. Also, this is 60001112, and yet the file name that I'm downloading is called 61113 e.pdf. Well, let's see if this is the right one. Flop. CPU for devices with M4K core. Is that mine? Is that mine? I don't know if it is. Hi, Slime Mix. Welcome, welcome. Maybe I do so zoomed in anymore. Let's see. This is the actual thingy, right? Does it say what core it is? Why is it taking so long to switch PDFs? Core. Okay, cool. Gonna say hi then poof. A sudden earthquake lasted like 1 minute? Oh my god! I hope you're okay. Welcome, welcome. Take care, take care. M4K. Alright, M4K. Okay. This might actually be relevant. Alright. So what's it wanting us to look at? Oh, where the hell was I? Was it this one? Yeah. Section 6 oscillator. Section 6 oscillator. What does it mean? This only has section 2. What the fuck? Where's the rest of the fucking file? Cool. Well, where's the thing that I actually need, huh? Moved a lot. Oh my god. May I ask what country you're in? I'm not trying to dox you. You can also say no. Section 6. Why? Okay, this one actually ends in 6. This one's file name is actually 61112. Which sounds, you know, like what I actually want. Why not using AI? I don't think an AI is going to be able to do this. And also, because, like, programming is fun, I don't want to make... What? Huh? Why do I want the robot to eat my food? This is enjoyable to me. That might seem strange to you. I would be absolutely shocking. Should we try this? I actually don't know if I have enough VRAM to run this right now. Let's try it. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the raid, Spherophoria. Holy crap. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Spherophoria. I'm gonna pat your cursor, your carrot. My handwriting's fading me. Making a soft phone via IP/SIP client. That's pretty cool. Hi, welcome. Worried the pizza when someone can eat it for you, right? Anyway, hello. How was your stream? I don't ask AI to do things, but to explain and do examples of things. Okay. It was 5.8. Oh my god, that's a big earthquake. What the hell? Hello, hi, welcome. How are peeps doing? I am attempting to fiddle around with a new microcontroller that I've never used before. Investigations. But yeah, I hope you're streaming well. Welcome everybody. Hi. Look at this. Ta-da! It's here. It's this. Ta-da! Oops. Also, hi. Okay. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad it helps you, Salvi. It does not help me, unfortunately. Alright, so what are you looking at? What do I need to do? Section 6 oscillator. How? I hope you're streaming really well, though. Section 6 oscillators. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to work out how to, not really work out, but learn how to. Oh look, we got division symbols here. Fancy. I can't select them, that's how fancy they are. Wow. But yeah, welcome. Let's see. AI helped me tweak GCC to optimize the parallelism of instructions implementing floating point divisions on a Velour exposed pipeline architecture. That is a lot of words. I'm happy for you, I think. I mean, it's a lot of complicated words. It's not that many words actually, because it's like 4 words per line because they're so big. Hey, what am I oh my... Shh, something so loud. That's cool. Anyway, back to the thing at hand. What are we looking for again? Refer to section 6 oscillator. Unlocks. This is such an unlock sequence, I guess. Actually, I wonder if this explains the sequence of events. Let's search for NOSC. Does actually... Okay. Right, it's ready to require an unlock sequence. This time we've got the correct link, or a link at all. This bit is not available on all devices. Oh, hold on a second. Wait a minute. The unlock sequence is only required for things with the... Oh, 1. Okay. Yeah, this entire register. But these 2 nodes apply to any specific... What do you even call them? Sub things within the register. I don't know how you call them. Let's look at the switching sequence. Why is this not a link? Come on, there's a PDF, you can make it a link. Why cheese?
Cheese.
Why? Thank you for the hydration though. I'm gonna drink it from this invisible mug. Cheese. Why? I tried to slurp so you could hear it, but it got picked up. Why so much cheese, Fox? Why? Am I gonna have to lick your tail? Cheese. You just want me to lick your tail, don't you? It's going kind of slowly. Hi, cool. Welcome. No, stop. Anyway, 6.3.7.2. I'm assuming that's like a number that will actually show up somewhere. There it is.
Jeez!
Why? Shit, it does have critical timing requirements.
Cheese time!
Hopefully the compiled code is sensible and doesn't, have too many... Doesn't do any...
Cheese.
Why are you throwing cheese at me?
You know.
Oh, you need a Fox voice line.
Cheese.
Cheese. We had a Fox voice line at the beginning of the stream, by the way. It was to send cheese.
Cheese it.
Right, let's see. If desired, read the COSC bits to determine the current oscillator state. I don't think I really care.
Fromage.
Why? Perform the unlock sequence to allow it.
Delicious plastic
Right.
cheese.
Cheese.
The OSC-con register.
Fromage.
The
Puree.
unlock sequence has critical timing requirements and should be performed within trust and DMA disabled. Write the appropriate value to the NOSC for the new one. Set the OSWIN bit to 0 to initiate the switch. Optionally perform the lock sequence. I think I won't. Thank you. Once the basic sequence is completed, the system clock hardware responds automatically as follows.
Cheese.
Fox, what the fuck are you doing?
Formaggio.
Don't worry, Fox is gonna reach the limit soon. Cheese! She looks like that one girl from Kotor. I don't know that. Okay. I will go.
Cheese.
Course.
Shot.
Well,
Käse.
I'll
Cheese.
wait for you to finish, and then I'll give the pads. Perform the unlock sequence. The unlock sequences. The unlock sequence.
Cheese.
Okay, unlock sequence. Come on, stop being so fucking mystical with this. Tell me how to do it, man. Execute the system unlock sequence by writing the key values of blah and blah to the syskey register. In 2 back-to-back assembly or C instructions. Okay, yeah. Write the new oscillator source value to this.
Cheese.
Here at the limit. Good. Good. Anyway, now let me give you a pad. Because I'm legally obligated to.
Sure.
Oh, my face track is broken again. I need to restart it again. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. It might be because of this. Let me try. Nope, it's still broken.
Fromage.
Restarting. Okay, it's working again. Now I can be grumpy. I don't know why it keeps fading every, like, a lot now.
Cheese.
Dun, dun. Oh my god, why is my computer grinding to a halt actually? Okay. Eyeball cam. So, write a new thing, set the OSWEN bit to initiate the clock switch. Write a non-key value. This is optional. Continue to execute code that is not clock sensitive. Check to see if the OSWEN bit is 0. If it is, the switch is successful. Loop until the bit is 0. And then you can re-enable interrupts. There are no timing requirements for the steps other than the initial back-to-back writing of the key values. Oh, okay. Thank you very much for the follow, Mustafa. Why is this not showing up in my activity feed again? I swear, Twitch just sometimes doesn't show me the things in the activity feed. If I hadn't glanced and caught my own on-screen thingy, I would not have known that there had been a follow. This has been that case for like the past few streams. Will you code this in Rust or C? I am coding it in C. I've not tried Rust, but I'm a little bit curious. I would like to try it at some point. But that point's not right now. The unlock sequence unlocks all registers that are secured by the lock function. It is recommended the amount of time the system is unlocked is kept to a minimum. I tried Rust and it's amazing. I'm glad you like it. Ruby, but you are Rust. E? Rust on a microcontroller is basically unsafe. What do you mean by that? Is this one of these words that has a special meaning? Like clean has a special meaning, which is not clean? Is it like meaning Oh, unsafe. Okay, so you're actually allowed to do stuff, is what it means. Nice. Alright, so we need to do all this stuff apparently, and we want to disable interrupts as well. I wonder if CEI exists. Wait, was it? No. CLI, right? For clear interrupts, then set interrupts. No, clear interrupts. Wait, was it? Was it CLI and SEI for turning off and turning on interrupts? Let me see if that name compiles. I don't know if that's actually gonna be... Okay, that was not declared. Amazing. That is the built-in Arduino way to do it, right? I wonder if there's... No, interrupts is also... Okay, that is declared. On interrupts? Yes, interrupts. Some interrupts. The presence of interrupts. Interrupt balls? What the fuck is the function called? Interrupts? Oh my god. Hold on. Arduino. No interrupts. Oh, it's interrupts but lowercase. Amazing. So you can have no capital interrupts and you have lowercase interrupts. This is extremely displeasing. Anyway, let's see if I can pass. Interrupt walls? Yeah, I had to try it. Anyway, that works. We don't need fancy Rust nonsense, just throw more ChipKIT at it. You can build a lot of unsafe code on top of safe foundations. ChipKIT, they'll happily let you smash the stack if you look at it weird. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know it, you love it. Owning the machine. Anyway, let's do this stuff. Let's do this stuff. I'm gonna do this stuff. Watch me do this stuff. Are you ready for me to do this stuff? I'm gonna stuff. Camel case is everything else I know. I hate it. I hate it. We've got interrupts. No, we've just got interrupts. But okay, there aren't many more examples. Pascal case. Or if you can't handle that, a snake case. Stuff being done? That's what I'm trying, Orbital. I mean, I flipping thought it was 8 megahertz, but it doesn't seem to be, does it? See, I'm trying to... 80 megahertz? I don't even know if that's max, because you can multiply it by a higher number. But maybe it doesn't allow you. Maybe if the PLL ends up higher than 80 megahertz, it just doesn't work. Pascal case is greater than all. It's true. What happens when you segfault a microchip? Segfault is not really a thing on a microchip. On a microcontroller. You can write anywhere. You don't... no? A segfault is when you try to write to memory that you don't own, right? Or that you don't have permission to write to. But like, there is no such thing like that on a microcontroller, right? You can write to anywhere, and this could have crazy consequences, like maybe the beginning of RAM defines like current addresses of interrupts that should be jumped to when timer executes or something like that. So if you write to that, then you know, all bets are off. It's a memory mapping failure. $20 bits x86 CPUs. Segfault literally means invalid hardware access. Oh, so you mean like if you use an address that doesn't exist, then yeah, it will be like Liquid Cake says. But it's also possible that it will just ignore the higher bits, if you know what I mean. And the lower bits will correspond to something valid. So it might not. So you might actually end up accessing something that is hardware mapped to a lower section of those bits, some of the lower bits of the address. So it's not even So it's even more not, unexpected. How amazing. Segmentation related? It's not really anything to do with segmentation, right? Am I missing something? There aren't even pages. It's x86 specific. Useless, confusing name. Ah. Okay, what am I trying to do? What am I trying to do? We want to turn off the interrupts. Execute the system unlock sequence. Oh, I mean, I should already be setting these things, right? I guess? I should already be setting them? Let's just do this first. The ChipKIT register. Is the ChipKIT register actually a register? It probably is, because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so it's a full 36 bits. So I should just be able to write directly to ChipKIT equals this. I should literally just be able to copy and paste this. And this should compile if ChipKIT is defined. If it's not.
Take a look. It is a uke, beaming down the invalid pipes at many gigahertz.
For gigahertz?
New. Wish. Cloggle.
No, don't clock the pipes. Gigahertz is amazing. x86 had memory segments for accessing separate 16-bit chunks. Yeah, I never quite understood them. Like, I've programmed real mode, does stuff, but not like I've started doing it. I never got super far. I've never done it in a mode that lets me access outside the 64 kilobytes, like one page of 64 kilobytes. So I never quite got my head around it because it's not like sequential pages. It's not like just another bit of an address, right? It's not like segment 0 and then you've got the address that goes from 0000 to FFFF. And then the page thing goes up by 1 and you have a new set of memory that's completely separate. There's like some amount of like overlap or something like that, right? Or you don't increment it by 1, you increment it by something else. It's not super straightforward. When I was looking at the addresses of things, when I was something. Anyway, let me see if this compiles. Is ChipKIT defined? If it's not, we'll have to define it ourselves and look up what the address of that is. It is defined. That's beautiful. Okay. So then afterwards we can write this back to ChipKIT to lock it. Should I want to? I don't really, but I'll do it anyway at this point. And then memory management. Oh, the forehead. Write the new oscillator source to the NOSC control bits. Okay, so NOSC itself is not a register. It's some bits within a register, so I'm gonna have to replace this line with something else. Thank you for the pants, by the way, Shy Assassin. Hi, Shy, how are you doing? These are not actually registers, but what do you call this? Sections, groups of bits within registers. So I need to sort that out. But for now, I'll say NOSC equals 0x1, 1, 1. And this is just to make it actually happen. We haven't set up any of these things yet. And after that, we do set the OSWEN bit in the OSCON register to initiate the clock switch. OSCON. So just set the bit. So basically, or equals, right, to force it on. And then I wonder if OSWEN is defined. And is it defined as the value or the bit index? Is there a way to just cause the preprocessor to just dump out the value of a define? I guess I could like write something nonsensical. Like and then just ask when and see if it tells me what the value is in here. Oh, right, never mind. It's not actually. No, it doesn't tell me what the value is. Wish I could see what oswen was. Unix with C code is in the Linux kernel for this stuff? I wonder. Try manual memory management? I have. Like, I mean, what do you mean by manual memory management? I feel like there's a sliding scale for this. Just malloc and free? But the extreme end is making your own allocators, which I've not done. New and delete. Oh. Okay. Oscon equals whatever. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna manually do this shit. Right. And implicit ref counters. Okay. Right, what is oswen? Can you tell me? Can you show me? Oswen? How do I clear it to indicate a successful one? It's kind of cool. Where's oswen? Oswen is bit 0 of oscon. Okay, that's nice. So just 4 equals 1. I don't even need to do it in hex. Lowest bit of oscon is oswen, which is oscillator switch enable. It is hot. It's very hot. Okay, where is NOSC as well? Which bits are they? Oh, are they in the same? Oh, they're in the same. Yeah, they're in oscon as well. These are bits 10 to 8. Wait, yes. 10 to 8. So what I would do is mask out the bits that are currently set. So take what it currently is and it with. Oh, this is gonna be messy. This is a 32-bit thing, isn't it? I'm asking again, do you see my earlier questions? Oh, maybe I didn't. Let me see, sorry. Earlier questions. I'm looking. Did I ever say hi to NullDref? I saw your stuff being done message. I'm not sure if I said hi. How far back do I need to look to see it? Before the cheese apocalypse? I don't know. I scrolled to the top, I didn't see any. I think I'm blind. Q, the USSR national theme? I'm not sure again. We'll ask again easier. Okay. Sorry. Is this a hobby? Do you work on embedded systems? It's a hobby. I mean, I work on them, like, in the sense of I work, you know, I do this for fun. Unfortunately, I've never had a job related to any kind of programming, let alone embedded microcontroller stuff. But I've been doing programming as a hobby for like longer than I care to say. It's been a little while. 1 or 2 minutes, you can say. Maybe even a hot minute. I don't know why the temperature of the minute matters, but apparently it does. Thank you so much. Aw. Okay, but it's 10 to 8. Hi, Moxie! Welcome, welcome! Welcome. Okay, now to make you very unimpressed, Cyanox, I'm gonna spell this out as a literal thing. Are you ready? That's the first 16. So this is 31. So that's 1098765432109876 15, 14, 13, 12, 11 10, 9, 8 76543210. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let me actually see if I did that correctly. So that's bit 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, which are the bits of interest. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 31. Okay, that disgusting mess should actually work. And then we're going to OR it with the bits that we actually want. So the value, this, shifted left into that position. Many of my colleagues would be terrified at the idea of playing with a PLL. I'm super lucky that I've done this before. I've had to do it once before with an STM32. Well, I can show this actually, since I've got the camera set up and ready. I was starting to make a Tamagotchi style thing. I take this away. And I slide this over. Oh, this is actually maybe dangerous because of reflections. I'll just take off the reflective thing. So normally there would be one of these LCDs. But I'm temporarily removing it. And showing you... Oh, this is much harder than I realized to slide into view. That's a lot of pieces. We got 2 breadboards, an Arduino, and a little breakout board for an STM32. Also, some of these pins are like bent and oh my god, it's in a bit of a sorry state. But if I can slide it over, it's coming slowly but surely. This here is like a little breakout board for inside this mass of thingies. There is a little STM32. Can you see it down there? And it was for that I had to... There's also this board. This is just a bunch of buttons there. For that, I had to set up the PLL on it and stuff. So that's, if I were having to learn how to do it now, I'd be much more confused. That took like a couple of streams, I guess, to get working at the time. Amazing wire management, thank you. I'm sure it'll work perfectly when I come back to it after not having touched it for several months. Your voice worries me a minute. Oh, I'm having to be quiet right now because the time is nearly midnight. And there are people trying to sleep in the room behind me. Because this is the best time to stream. But if I get too excited, they'll be pounding on my door saying, "Hey, shut the fuck up!" Ah! That's exactly how they'll sound. Sorry, we understand what you're doing, but what's the end of what you're doing? I'm trying to reverse engineer Okay, let's the first thing I'm trying to do is record the data that's being sent to an FM Sense chip inside a Yamaha keyboard from the 1990s. I'm wanting to record the data and address information that's being sent to it. I want to record that on the computer with timing information, like how much time passed between each message, if you like. And then eventually I want to be able to replay that to the synthesizer chip, so I'm controlling it, then basically replaying whatever was played. And eventually, that's like the first step. And then eventually, I want to be able to control it myself. Add MIDI input to the keyboard would be a really cool thing. Just dock reading? That's cute. Unfortunately, that synthesizer chip was never documented by Yamaha. Although 2 people have done some of their own reverse engineering on it, but I want to do my own because it's fun. Oh my god. Did you just hear my enormous chest crack as I stretched? I'm sorry / you're welcome, depending on... you know. Anyway, let's see. So I guess this will work, hopefully. So this is... oh, what am I doing? NOSC is not the thing. The register is OSCCOM. So this is bits 10 to 8 equals NOSC. What joints do you have in your chest? Ones that needed stretching. Clearly. Apparently, according to the sound. Okay. Those are done. Does this compile them? Just a little sanity check. What is it warning about? Operation on OSCON may be undefined. Really? Undefined? Is that because it can't guarantee that it's gonna read it before it writes or something? What the? Itself? Oh, whoops. I had an equals in there. And I've got also an equals there. What am I doing? There we go. I tried once compiling pipeline, but datadir was not the datadir. Oh no. Compiling pipeline? What does it mean? Turn out to be an env variable. Oh, I hate it when something requires you to set an environment variable. It's so like obnoxious, like, ah yes, our project is so important that you should set up this global variable on your entire operating system installation just for our one thing, and every program will be able to gaze upon our amazing variables. It's like, dude, just take a command line parameter. The popping sound comes from the gases within the joints escaping. Apparently I have a huge cylinder of compressed gas in my chest then. That's weird mental imagery. Not sure I like it. Anyway, we need these things now. We need fupplidiv, yeah, fupplidiv. Which is bits 2 to 0. Very nice. So fupplidiv, wait, in what register though? Oh, devkf2, devkfg. Wow, that's a fun switching between. We've got voiced, unvoiced, unvoiced, voiced. The same 2 sounds, but voiced. Sorry. The linguistic-y nerd in me is finding that interesting. So, now we need it to be what it originally was, but everything else, we don't need this to be so ridiculous either because... Oh, you know what? We could make this less ridiculous by essentially doing 1 on 1, shoved left into the right position, and then inverted. That's basically this, right? Microchip guys made the effort of naming it device configuration. It's true. Let's do this. Frankly, this looks slightly less intuitive to me, but whatever. But anyway, doing the same thing here. We are gonna make it be exactly what it was before, except for the bits that we care about. So that's bits 2 to 0. So these are not shifted at all. I'm just doing this because then it's like, looks the same on each line, and I can see what the difference is more clearly. 001 for this one. I can make a macro for this. Words spoken moments before disaster. I can make a macro for this. Set bits in reg. Reg. Numbits. Wait, I already made one of these. Didn't I already make one of these functions? Migrates for officers and masks is very often a good idea. Yeah, because like it's almost the same thing, you know, and it's like the famous last words. Shh. Okay, numbits. New val. So this is just simply saying that reg is equal to reg and something that I have to work out. We'll just put that for now. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, Jim, welcome. Oh, hell, Jim. Hi. Board with... Oh, and you also need to know the starting bit index. Should I copy? I'm gonna copy my macro from the previous time I made it. I think the previous time I made it, it was actually a function. You can be happy. Back when I was doing VGA stuff in DOS. Where is my stuff? Here we are. Question is, which one of these is it? Which was the first VGA thing I did? Oh, maybe it's a new glimpse. Bits. Change bits. There we are. Current value, index of the first bit, the number of bits, and the new bits. This was a function. Why was I... Oh, because I made a mask. Why was I doing it this way? Okay, this would actually be quite a mess. Why is it returning U8 as well? Oh. I see. Because it's not actually modifying this directly. I mean, it is, but it's not passed by address, so we're not really modifying the source. Is read modify right, which first clears all the bits. And says, yeah, so first we're making the mask. A string of ones. So, this. And then we are shoving that mask to the left, like this. And then we are using that mask. Wait. Oh, okay, I'm doing a little check here. I'm like making sure that my new bits actually... I'm keeping only the num bits of new bits. Wow, good job, past you. Anyway, this worked for 8 bits, so presumably it'll work for 32 bits, right? Surely, right? Anyway, how did I define first bit? Did I define that as the highest bit or the lowest bit? Let's work it out. Let's say the first bit is 7, so the leftmost bit, and that there are 8 bits. Well, in that case, 1 shifted left by 8 would be too big, so this already wouldn't work, would it? Oh, that's okay. It would be 256, which would wrap back around to 0. But then -1 would make it 255, so it'd actually work out in the end. So a mask will be all 1s. Use inverted version of mask and the mask of the bits to reserve blah blah blah. Shouldn't the first bit be the lowest one? I don't know. I don't know how I did it. Like when you're looking at this, they define it as like bit 2 to 0. Like the first bit in their explanation is 2, the higher one. But I'm not sure if I did the same thing. So we've now got a mask that is... This is all 1s, it's 255. And we shift that left, we want to shift it left by 0, so let's see if this works out correctly. So number of bits is 8, 8 minus 1 is 7. And if we say the index of the first bit is 7, then it's 7 minus 7, which is 0. Okay, so first bit is the higher, the one with a greater value. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna steal my own code from a previous project. Current value, index of the first bit. I guess I can make that U into 8T, but I mean, this is a 32-bit CPU, so shouldn't everything just be fast at its native data size? 31 is MS. Oh my god, I have the explanation right here. Where bits starting at position this, where 31 is MSP and 0 is LSP.
Hello, Hayek. Hope you're having a good stream.
It's going alright, thank you. I can't believe it's taking so long. I was not expecting to have to go down this route. I thought this thing would just be running at 80 megahertz by itself, but it seems to not be. But welcome, Azrael. Hi. I don't know all these comments wrapping so quickly. So that fault was slowing you down? No! If I really just wanted to do the thing without distractions, I wouldn't be streaming. It's not a bad thing. This mask needs to be UN32T as well. And everything else should just work, right? So if I say now, let's just change bits of OSCCon. Bits 10 to 8, so I say 10. And the number of bits is 3. And the new value is 0B01. Wow, okay, that's a lot more intuitive than this mess. The question is, does it actually do the same thing? The answer is probably no. feel like I want to inline this, but also I know that inline doesn't really make a difference sometimes. At least it doesn't with the whatever parameters it's passing to GCC when it's compiling for that mega. But maybe whatever the hell compiler this is for the PIC does pay attention to it. Who knows? Then it's taking the right amount of time. It's true. It is. It is. Okay, dev 2 is which bits? 2, 1, and 0 by the look of it. 2. Still 3 long. You want to write this? So we could also say change bits here. OSC con bit 0, 1 bit long, and then this. Oh, this, sorry. That's kind of wasteful, I guess, but yeah, that's not. If you quit the process, time gets to infinity. So slowing down is not bad. That's true, it's true. We're still making progress. Slow progress is still progress. I don't think I'm gonna need get bits. You know, if I want to check this, I can just end it with 1. That's easy enough. Alright, what's next? What is next? I think next up we have PLL mult. Probably backwards would be a better direction decision. Bits 18 to 16. And this is also in OSCCon. OSCCon, not devkfg. OSCCon. Change bits. OSCCon. I've already forgotten. 18 to 16. Oh god. 18 to 16, so that's 3 bits. The value we want is 101. Kind of pleasing how these are all 3 bits, huh? I'm gonna make a note here actually. Bits 18 to 16 equals that. And this is bits 2 to 0. Let's see. Equals explorative. We know it's for slight modes. Reminds you of 2017 coding tutorial vibes. Hell yeah. I could be zoomed in here actually. 2017 feels like a couple of years ago, by the way. PLLO div. Where's PLLO div? Other direction? Yes. This is OSCCon again. Why is the input inside dev2? That's reminding me of the whatever the hell it was, the ending of Electro Boom's videos. 10 and 3. Hang on, am I looking at the right thing here? 10 and 3. 2017 was definitely 3 years ago. 9? Don't even say that. How dare you? Okay, so it's actually NOSC. Bits 10 to 8. There's no way that was 9 years ago. This is PL. No, it's not. Shut up, Yuke. It's NOSC. So happy you don't even care that your code line passes 80 chars characters. Yeah, I don't know why I read chars. This doesn't. This code doesn't. Because when I'm doing the DOS programming stuff... Oh, okay, apparently it does there. Most of the time it doesn't. Oh, okay. This is because I usually edit in this. What's it called again? Stud.h. Yeah, that's how I usually am editing it. So usually I try to keep it. I say usually as if I've worked on this year, back when I was working on it. Isn't it great that this DOS editor has better highlighting than this enormous bloated Java editor? Let me show you something quickly. Ta-da! Slightly louder than I expected, sorry. Why is my computer actually dying? It's for a different Yamaha FM synth chip, but it's showing the internals while it plays stuff. Have I ever got my hands on NeoVim? I've never used NeoVim, no. By the way, this is also music that I made. Using AdLib Tracker 2. Sorry, I'm stretching. It's been a while since I've heard it as well. Look, it's swapping left and right. And there. The snares are like glitchy at this point, which is not intentional. It's because it's playing a format of music that I sort of made up to be a more compressed representation. And converting to that format, I don't think I'm doing it quite properly. Loop. There's also this version. This is also some music that I made, but this one shows it in a more graphical way. Are you supposed to keep quiet? Yeah, I'm trying to keep quiet. Was I being loud? I hope not. I mean, I don't have this playing on speakers. I'm just going to keep this playing up until the point that it makes this silly noise. Think of the pads. Would you like to see it going crazy? Good. This is something that I did not make. This is for APL 3. It's so good. Anyway. That is a song called 486 Heart on Fire by... Oh, okay, I need to remind myself what it was. Melanadim. Anyway, let's get the other music going in. I haven't really done that much graphical stuff there. What is this? The most graphical stuff that I did? CDBMP. Okay. Oh, I remember. Oh my goodness! Whoa! Thank you for the raid, Zorkenhime? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but hello! Hi. hi! Zenon has been a moderator for a year. Congrats, Zenon. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. I'm sorry I'm speaking quietly right now. It's because the time is nearly midnight. And people are trying to sleep in the room, like 4 meters behind me on the other side of a wall, so... But yeah, hi! Welcome in. It's Lysek as well. I'm gonna shout you out. What are you up to? So can him... Okay, it's the rules. I have to give head pats. I'm sorry. Okay, I've done it. Oh, Go you're using. Interesting. I've never used Go. Rewriting your screenshot server. I'm curious. What is a screenshot server? What are we experiencing? I am working on trying to get this little microcontroller, which is using a PIC CPU with an extremely long model number that I don't remember, to run at the actually advertised 80 megahertz instead of 8 megahertz, which is for some reason the default. Very strange. And this is involving this beautiful clock diagram, clock block diagram. I take a lot of screenshots while playing games on Steam. Why is there cheese on my face? How dare you? But hello, Psychic said. There is no cheese tax. Don't listen to Psych. Don't listen. Don't. It's a web server that shows them without having to manually upload them. I want to do 6502 assembly. That's really cool! What the hell? For the Famicom/NES. That's so cool. You hear cheese? You want cheese? No!
Sick.
Stop it. I've hardly done any assembly.
You know.
If only we had a massive array of LEDs to visualize the MIDIs instead of that lame software visualizer. We have MIDIs. Oh, sorry, I have one for MIDIs. Also, welcome in Harper57. Sorry, I didn't see. But those aren't MIDIs. I've done a tiny bit of assembly for the Atmega 2560. That's... Oh, I've done a tiny bit of the STM32 as well. But really, 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 really tiny. So I can barely say that I've done it. I've done it by technicality. If we go into here, this is basically all of the assembly that I've done for the Atmega. Not quite actually, there is also this little inline thingy for clocking out data to an LED string. Actually, 16 LED strings in parallel on the Arduino. I was super proud of that I was able to get it to work. There is no cheese tax. There is no cheese tax on my channel. But yeah, that's interesting. So like it takes your Steam's... How dare you? Stop!
Oh.
It takes your Steam screenshots and it displays them. Like it just sort of automatically goes through the screenshots that you've taken, I guess. That's pretty cool.
Cheese.
Is it naked? I guess you could say that. It is like accessing the raw thing by itself. What kind of Arduino? That was an Arduino Mega. You can post a link. Oh, hold on. Let me make it so that you can. One sec. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. The computer is very slow right now, and I'm not entirely sure why. Okay. You should be able to post a link now. Do you have a naked attribute on that function so the compiler knows? I don't think so. It's just volatile, ASM, whatever it was. Wait. Oh. Some games are not stream safe. Oh, I see. It's a thing to show the screenshots for other people to be able to view, like, on their own computers, not just on your stream. That's interesting. I'm gonna refrain from clicking it for now, just for, like, you know, safety, but it's an interesting idea. Welcome back! I'm sorry about the ads! What terrible timing. Why do they always happen after a raid, huh? No, it's just ASM volatile. That's all. And for these, it's something. Oh! Actually, there is one thing that you might be interested in if you're doing a lot of assembly stuff, although it's nothing to do with the 6502. It's to do with ARM. I made a big graphic one time. I've got to find it. Hold on. This is like already on my Discord and stuff, but where did I save it? Thank you for the follow. Oh, I know where it'll be. It'll be here in STM32 projects, Nyan, of course, and then no, out of there actually. Data sheets, as own image. Yeah. I'd love to like release this as like a giant desk mat or something at some point, but it's like a lot of... It's basically all of the instructions in like a bit of a visual way where you can immediately see which flags get set and which flags influence other things. It's sort of, I tried to divide it into different places. Unfortunately, sometimes I have to write a short light novel about how things work, but I try to keep it fairly visual as much as possible. This is a ridiculous amount of stuff here in text, but yeah, that's the thing that I'd like to make available somehow. I mean, it's already available as a PNG on my Discord server. It's not like I'm charging for access to it or anything, but just, you know, if anyone wants something physical. Much better than the 14K page Arch64 docs. That's the thing. I originally made it because all the info I need was split across 3 different PDFs. And it's like, surely there's a better way of representing this information. I had to be like searching through the PDFs for the different instructions. I had to go to a different one if I wanted to see how many cycles it took, and a different one if I wanted to look at flag information, and you know. Also, hi Captain Pi and Gel Omega. If that function is inlined, it'll miss the registers used by the parent function. Well, thankfully it works. I haven't done any ARM stuff. I mostly work with 8-bit. Frankly, I prefer 8-bit, 16-bit stuff. It's a lot more intuitive. There's no, like, pipelining-y stuff to worry about. I mean, like, you know, prefetching stuff. Well, I say that, but I actually don't know about the 6502. But at least on the Atmega, we don't have to worry about that. 14,734 pages is a lot of pages. Is that diagram CC0? I don't know. I can't remember if I decided on one. Pipelining in my mental model? Oh no. 6502 doesn't know what a prefetch is? Hell yeah. Just the way we like it. This instruction takes this many cycles. Every time. I don't know about a license. I feel like it should be like a normal internet etiquette kind of thing. I don't know how to explain it. I want to upload it somewhere better to be able to share it with people rather than just having it on Discord for sure, but I don't know. I guess it would pain me a bit if other people were selling things with just that giant image that it took me months to make on it. So, you know. GPL? I don't know. MIT is always a good choice for licensing, isn't it? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I don't know why I'm saying welcome when you've literally raided me. I'm sorry, my mouth is just going on autopilot and it happens. Far too frequently. Maybe it gets cooler soon. I'm melting. I don't know. I think I'm already melting. CC0 is Creative Commons License V0. It's zero attribution, specifically, right? Like zero requirements of anything. You don't need attribution. There are no restrictions. You can sell it. You can sell it commercially. You can modify it and then redistribute. You know, it's everything. It's CC0. As opposed to like a more restrictive one like BY for by attribution and SAE for share alike and NC for non-commercial. The full ARM spec goes from section A to K, where the D section has 24 different subsections. Oh my god. What? How's that possible? 24 separate subsections. I'd go non-commercial. I do want to go non-commercial. But then am I breaking my own law by selling my own merch? It's kind of silly. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like the entire concept of needing licenses because it feels like it's just like you're trying to police people and like the people who would never do the sucky things don't need the policing. So it's almost like you're, how do I explain it? It's like, I don't know how to explain it. It reminds me of trying to write rules for like a Twitch channel or something. And you're like listing off every single thing, like based on every bad thing that's happened in the past. Don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, don't do that. But it's like 99% of like decent people don't even need these warnings. It's like you're trying, you know what I mean? And then the people that do need them are going to try to weasel around like loopholes anyway and be like, well, technically I didn't do this, so it's not against the rules. My employer got in trouble with some GPL stuff they were using incorrectly. Oh my goodness. Yeah, for like actual business stuff. I understand. The documentation is taking up 100 megabytes? Oh my god. I'm putting the public domain explicitly. Go to. Welcome, 0xe1. 99% of people understand the coffee is hot, but still needs a warning because people... Yeah, that kind of thing. Also, I'm really sorry to do this when you've just raided, but I've been streaming for 3 hours and I haven't yet saved the kidneys. So, aka gone to the toilet. So, I kind of need to be right back. What is my experience? My project is licensed on MIT. And we did... Oh, thank you. That's exactly what I need to do. It looks like oil when I'm on this screen. We did encounter a person that decided to ignore it fully. I'd rather have a license that makes sense. Are you saying MIT is not one that makes sense? I know, sometime I should like have a proper sit down. I know, thank you for the follow, Gelmaker. Enlin, I think you're still here, right? You were talking about licenses because, and then it was like a friend. We are going to be doing some, like a bit of a project together as well. And I think there was discussion in the Discord server about this regarding licenses. So I know you're using AGPL at the moment. MIT2 is permissive enough for your liking. I should have a look. I should have a look at them. And then I might need to go. I might need to have an extremely thrilling chat with you about licenses at some point. Oh boy, I can't wait. I can't wait so much. My hand tracking can barely keep up with my enthusiasm. We use for our public libraries. OMIT. I see. We gotta learn about licenses so I can live up to Yuke's expectations. It's okay. GPL-related licenses are too viral for your taste. Do you mean like if someone makes like a derivative of work, then theirs also has to be GPL? I'm pretty sure that was something about pretty sure that was like one of the properties of GPL. Anyway, let me be right back. I have to save the guineas. But I will return. And frankly, I think we're very close to being able to test this code at this point. I mean, I've barely written anything. I've mostly been chatting. So goes streams. It's just how it is. A sign can't police. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. And, that's it. I think Twitch ran ads really recently, didn't it? So, don't need to worry about Twitch wanting to run ads anytime soon. Yeah. Alright, I'll just be right back then. You can listen to this music. Which is some music that I made for a game jam like 3 years ago. Anyway. Pew. Where's my reverb? Oh, it is that. Alright, chill. Music. Relax. I'm back. Catching up on some messages. Really enjoying the background music. Thank you. If you're meaning the one that was just playing. I didn't make this music right now. An affected mushroom made that. I'm here a pro developer. I am not. I get, yeah, paid. Well, I mean, I get paid by kind people on Twitch. Sometimes. That's the extent of it. Arguably. The Irishman I left was awesome. Was it? Oh, thank you. Is the crossfade thing? Like this? Like the blobby crossfade? I actually made a program to make that kind of blobby thing, although in the end I didn't use it.
Whoa! It's the cute cat that goes mayo.
Mayo. Hi, David. Thank you very much. Oh my god, I just realized why my music is so quiet, actually. I started to turn down a bit. From when I was doing the DOS music stuff. Thank you very much for the resub. How is the David? 21 months. Sheesh. Thank you. There is actually a, don't look, all my drive's running out of space. I don't understand how this one is not red yet. It's so close. I guess when it drops below 46.5, it'll go red. Anyway. There was actually a program I made. I'm not exactly sure what's going to appear on the screen when I do this, so hold on. One second. Oh, okay. We're safe. So there is a... So the way that OBS works with its scene transitions is... you can choose like different ways of like coming from one thing to the other. If it, yeah, like this for example. And the way it does that is with like images where that are just grayscale. I can try and find the folder where these are all stored. Let me try and find the folder, hold on. Where is OBS? Program files. OBS. Data. I'm just gonna search for startup.png. There we are. Here we are. So all of these files here, these are like the different transitions. The one that I used, I believe, is... I'm not sure, maybe this one? Wait, I can literally just look at the properties. Yes. It is this one, Sinus 9. And the way it works is like, it thresholds first like around black, and then gradually thresholds against lighter and lighter and lighter colors until it reaches white.
Cheese.
White cheese? But hi Nai, welcome. Hi Cami, how are the megahertz? Still 8. Still 8. Anyway, I decided to make this program that lets you draw any arbitrary shape or pattern, and it keeps track of how you're drawing it. This will make sense if I do this. So like for example, you can draw blip, blip, blip. I'm gonna wait a while. And now I'm gonna go and then when I say done, it makes this, which you can also render out to like any arbitrary resolution. And this here is an equal amount of time as the for all the time that the brush is moving around. Or you can say as drawn, and now you can see these are very dark, and then there's a big difference in brightness between these ones. If I wanted to, I could... Well, I could save it, but I've closed the folder that this is in, so I won't be able to look. Anyway, and originally, I did... When I was starting streaming, I did make a thing that said something like... I don't even remember. It was like... Nyan or something, and then I like drew a face, and like... And then I like scribbled over the whole thing. But like... The transition was so goddamn long that it was like really painful and to wait for, and you could barely see it anyway because a lot of the time we're transitioning from something dark to another dark thing, but I wanted to try it. How many of us have a cooked sleep schedule? I know what you mean. Midnight is a perfectly normal time to be streaming. What's wrong with that? You heard for James made cheese sound? That was also good. There's a lot of different people saying cheese. And anybody here can also donate to the most important database of our time, the Cheese Sound database. Sorry, let me say that correctly. The Cheese Sound database. By like recording yourself saying cheese or something similar in like English or different languages. And like just send me the WAV file or something on Discord, I guess. What's this? If you do that, just leave a bit of silence before and after. And then oh, I haven't got Throne in there, have I? Maybe I should put Throne in there, I don't know. I recently found a bunch of cheese. Yeah, I recently found a bunch of cheese. It was in the fridge. It was crazy. So last night, okay, for those who don't know, I'm kind of addicted to a game called Zenless Zone Zero. But the people who make the game basically don't make merch. Technically, there is some merch. Not many items. Not very interesting items. Very, like, yeah, whatever. And so the funny thing is, or the dangerous thing is, that I discovered, no worries, sleep well if you're going with stuff. I don't know if that's the right way to pronounce your name, but yeah. So the funny thing, the dangerous thing that I discovered, I discovered Etsy, which I already knew about, but I discovered that people on Etsy, fans, are having to make their own merch for Zenless. And my goodness, there are some very professional looking and extremely tempting things. And I'm trying my darndest to not spend money there. But holy crap, there's some amazing stuff. There are like people, thank you for the pads, by the way. Hi Clunk as well, welcome. But yeah, there's some like, stay strong, I'm trying. I've not spent any money on the game yet. The funny thing is I'm going to end up spending money on merch that's not even made by Mihayo, the studio. But yeah, there is, within the game, there's like a group of characters that are like a trio of idols, like, you know, musical, like a band basically. And some people, or person specifically on Etsy, is making genuine CDs and audio tapes, cassettes, that look exactly like they would come out of this fictional group. Like, looks like they'd be sold by this fictional group in the game. Like super professionally printed CDs, like proper stickers on the tapes, the jackets, booklets inside the CD with information. Each EP has like a different picture and the information about that specific character. It's so good, man. It's so good. It's so good. And on the CDs are like the OST tracks related to that character. It's difficult. It's difficult to hold back. Especially since like one of my favorite characters is from that faction in the game. Anyway, should we get back to programming? It's so good though. I have to send you, you know what, let me just play on stream a video by the person who's selling that, because it shows their setup, like in their home, and they have like a wall with like a rack on it, and it looks like it just is literally. It looks like it's straight out of a music store. Hold on, look at this. Look at this. Look how cool this is. Look! Look at that! Look how cool that is! And a bunch of the tapes here. Each character. The tape itself is like got proper stuff on it. There are like different tapes that are like colored according to the primary color of that agent as well. Like literally the plastic of the tape itself. They do that with CDs as well. Anyway. It's so tempting, man. It's so tempting. You're very happy that those gacha style games have no effect on me. I can't keep attention over long enough to get to the point of wanting to play. Yeah, that's my very first gacha game. I've never played a gacha game before that. I hate the gacha aspect. I would much rather just pay an upfront cost, just like for like, you know, whatever. Sure, AAA game cost once. And then that's the game. You have the game, it's unlocked. But they don't do that. 124,000 lines of code is a lot. Holy crap, Lysic. You've called yourself a software janitor for like 10 years before you had a job that really allowed you to probably build something. Interesting. OpenGL renderer. I was learning OpenGL one time and didn't get that far. With DLCs not included. Oh my god, imagine if every character is a DLC. You know? I would still hate that less than the gacha system. It would just have a fixed cost. You buy it, you know what you're getting, you get it. That's it. Anyway. But imagine if every single character was a DLC. That'd be ridiculous. Anyway. Sorry. That's not what the stream's about. So what do we want to do now? We've set this one here. We've set this one here. We've set this one here. We just need to set this one, which is the parallel output divider for the clock. SimStyle DLC ends up being 1.5k euro for all. I can see it. I can see it happening. Not a lot of people know that your name ends in an A. Oh, Miss Musta then, I guess I should be saying. Alright, what are we doing? We are setting this PLLO div. PLLO div is this 18 to 16. Wait, I think I made a div. I think I made an oopsie whipsie. Oh no. Maybe I have. I'm not sure. This is a bit suspicious. That is 18 and 3 bits again. I'm gonna triple or just double check or just check. I haven't even checked it once yet. If you're checking it for the first time, that's just checking it. Okay, so let's make sure that the fupplidiv is really bits 2, 1, and 0 of dev2. Yes, it is. Okay. Let's see if PLL mult is really bits 18, 17, and 16 of this register. Where are you? Oh my god. Let's just search from the top. I think it'll be faster. There we are. 18 and... yes. Let's check this. 18, 17, 16. Okay, it's great. And finally, let's just check this again. Bits 10, 9, and 8. There they are. And now really finally, bit 0. Okay. When it comes to gacha in those types of games, Western devs generally go for a small number of whales, while Asian ones generally go for more people paying less with those in-game monthly packs. Interesting. Are there Western gacha devs? Are there Western gacha devs? Hi, Chris! Welcome! Exclamation mark egg, indeed. There are quite a few. You have absolutely no idea what that uke is. Me? It's a silly name for me, because my name is Yukia. So someone wanted to shorten it to Yuke, like that. But I thought it looked like yuck, which is maybe fitting. But then I said we should spell it Y00K, because then that looks the most ridiculous possible, and it's like Yuke. Which is, you know, sounds like the first syllable. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you for the hydration as well, and the posture check. Both of you. Oh, I'm out of water in this cup, but thankfully I have a bottle. Maybe flask is the right word. Listen to this.
Cheese.
No, not the cheese.
Cheese.
This. Oops. Sounds like there's actually not much left. But I've got another one after that. That's very squeaky. And what was the other thing? Posture check. Thank you for your talk. You're welcome, and then you're very kind, XC as well. 32C, yeah, it is way too much. It is way too much. Was there a Nyan as well? There was. Hold on. It's gonna have to be a very quiet Nyan so I don't wake people up. However, Nyan. Yeah, it's kind of annoying that these bottles are so squeaky. Thank you.
Kasaraki.
What the hell? Okay, make signals here. Did I do a good job nyanning, or do I need to be cheesed because it was so bad? Okay. So unlock the... Does it unlock the entire OSCON? I think it does unlock the entire OSCON register, doesn't it? Unlock the OSCON register. And then... Re-lock... Re-zero. The OSCON register. And then we can do some things that like don't matter, but we want to wait to see. They advise, well, they don't advise, they tell you to wait until this bit becomes 0. And when it becomes 0, that's when the oscillators, the new oscillator is stabilized and everything's up and running. So let's go into a while loop and say while OSCON and the bit of interest. Well, while not this. While this is... Wait a minute. So if this bit is 1, this is selecting the 1, and if we invert it, it's... No, actually it's just this, isn't it? While it's this, while the bit is set. As soon as the bit becomes unset, we're done. Yeah, so just do nothing in the meantime. I was about to say we could like serial print or something to say that it's not done, but how are we going to be sending any data if we don't have a stable clock? We are not. Probably relies on interrupts, so, well, maybe, I'm not sure. Hi, Sassex! You hate that you're currently learning regex, Gelmega, just to have some basic syntax highlighting. What? Are you making like your own sort of code editor or something? You already entered nosebleed territory at 27 and beyond. Well, thankfully as a VTuber I'm not having to be wearing a lot. TextMate grammar for VSC highlighting. Interesting. It does that through regex? Huh. Wait for the Also, when bit to become 0 happens automatically on stable oscillator. When oscillator is stable. I can just about fit on the screen. I'm actually gonna put these also inside. Now I could. Now it's even closer to not fitting on the screen. So this is disable interrupts so that the two ChipKIT writes happen atomically, I guess you'd call it. It's not really, well, one after the other. One immediately after the other. Can safely re-enable interrupts now. At least it's one or two of those interactive regex sites to check things. Oh, they are so useful. I think it's regex 101 or something. That's so useful. Aren't you doing this early with interrupts already disabled? No, unfortunately not. By the time setup comes, like the Arduino SDK, if you like, behind the scenes library or whatever, some libraries will already have enabled it. They'll already have set up a bunch of timers and stuff. This is why, even though you've hardly got any code, it's 15 goddamn kilobytes, which is crazy. Frankly, it's not normally that big for like an ad maker, but for some reason, this is always the case actually when you're using the Arduino IDE for other things, like STM32 as well. This is why I had to use Platform IO for STM32, because when I was using it, the Arduino SDK, it was insane. It was using like a third of the entire flash space just to like blink an LED or something ridiculous. Why am I using the Arduino IDE? Because I'm familiar with it and it just works. And also because I originally made the code. This silliness. In it. Because I was using an Arduino back then. And getting anything to work in Platform IO is absolute. I should be used as a form of torture, frankly. Should we see if this compiles? And then should we see if it works? I still haven't, like, found a clear... This is what you should do if you want to change the clock thingy. Introduction. A block diagram is shown here, yes. Controller registers. DevCFG1 and DevCFG2 are also available to provide. You know, out of curiosity, I kind of want to see what DevCFG1 and DevCFG2 do. Internal fast RCS. Okay, we're not using that. Secondary, we're not using peripheral bus. I hope I don't need to change this stuff. Ooh, I hope I don't have to change this stuff. I know when I'm using the STM32, I have to like change something if I have the CPU running above a certain speed. Essentially, it's to do with like how quickly it can access memory. You have to enable so-called wait states so that when a piece of code tries to load something from RAM, it like puts the request in and then just basically nops, does nothing for a moment, just to kill a bit of time because the memory cells don't respond that quickly. I hope that I don't have to do something like that here. Oh, flash, sorry, flash, not memory, yeah, flash memory, not static RAM. Yeah, sorry. You want to make a dialect? Just on basic highlighting. That's a lot of exits. If you're leaving, Francis, bye-bye. Thank you for hanging out. Sorry, that's a long time ago. Yes, be sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. Reverb makes it more sincere. And definitely not Mimi. Clock selection enable bit. If clock switching and monitoring isn't... Wait, do I need to do this as well? Clock selection Oh wait, selection lock, sorry. Clock selection lock. If clock switching and monitoring is enabled... Something. If clock switching and monitoring is enabled... What? Does it mean disabled? This is the same text. What? Clock and PLL8 selections are never locked and may be modified. Do I need to change this? Because I don't even know what state we're in here yet. Maybe something got changed. Gotta excuse your bedtime? No worries. Have a nice rest. Bane of documentation. USB, I don't care. PLL lock. Module is out of lock. Startup timer is running or is disabled. Okay, so using the word lock to mean a different thing there, I guess. Clock fail detect, but it's interesting. It feels like I might need to do something with this. It indicates that the USB PLL module is... Oh, hang on a second. Oh, it says this bit is not available on all devices, actually. Refer to the specific device datasheet for availability. Okay, let's search for... Clock lock. This sounds like someone started while they're trying to say clock. Gotta check the clock. No, not that. Clock lock. Clock lock. Yeah, it does exist. Is that a thing I need to change? Let's see. Well, we'll see if this works. We'll see if this works first, and if it doesn't, we'll try changing this bit. Anyway, what else is there? Fine-tuning for frequency or something, I don't care about that. Refocom, reference oscillator control. Refo trim. Ah, here we are. Dev CFG1, let's see. Clock switching and monitor selection configuration. Clock switching is disabled. Fair safe. Hold on. Wait, is it this that I might change actually? Was the other thing? I don't know. Yeah, you know what's great? I'm bored. I'm going to try to run this and see what happens. Looks like one of the more reasonable docs. Yeah, it's not terrible. It's still no Atmel, nor is the STM32. Okay, let's probe pin 12 again. So as a reminder, pin 12 is this pin that I'm toggling as fast as possible. Oh, hold on. I think I'm shorting something. Was I shorting something there? I was. Hold on. What was I shorting there? What was I shorting? When I had the scope ground probe on, the thing wasn't powering up, so I think I was shorting the USB port. Amazingly, I didn't kill all the USB devices. As in, like, you know, make them turn off. Okay, it's all working now. Let's put the camera back on. Bloop. Oh, right, that's why I can't see anything. So we're still probing pin 12. And if I look at the oscilloscope, we'll get it running again. Yep, we're still getting this. We haven't uploaded anything yet, of course. So... I think... by the way, this is all wiggly because interrupts are enabled, but whatever. Let's... upload it. As long as I don't fry your USB controller, you should be fine. Thankfully. Or hopefully, rather. So we might get no output if we get stuck in this while loop because we've misconfigured things. Oh, okay. It's running again. Well, that's kind of reassuring. That means that this did turn itself off. So we didn't misconfigure the clock, right? Unfortunately, it's still running the exact same speed as before. Suddenly froze USB controller. No! They misspelled diligent. Oh man, I swear. I always read it as diligent. It really looks like diligent, doesn't it? I mean, okay, that's the point, I guess. But... anyway, it's running at the same speed. Why is this?
Cheese.
Why is this? Why cheese? Man, this scope is kind of hot. So is everything in my room. Especially myself. Hey. Ah, on my nose. Because you like cheese? Why would you throw it away then? Surely you want to eat it yourself. It's okay, don't notice the second the in the sentence. Unfortunately, I did. Oh, but I did also misread it. I misread it as this. I mean, I should have read this, but I said that someone needs to eat it. Yeah, but I can't reach it. I can't reach it when it's on me. Even if I go and try. Okay, so let me read this again. The unlock sequence. Translated switching sequence. Oh, this is the link. Okay, nice. If desired, read it. I don't desire. Perform the unlock sequence. Write the appropriate values. Set those when to initiate the switch. Optionally perform the lock sequence. Which I am doing. I really like this song. Hi Naomi, welcome, welcome. Optionally perform the lock sequence, which I'm doing. Clock switching order compares this status bits with the new value. So current OSC with new OSC. Oh my god, let me get some of this crap off the screen. How am I doing? I'm very hot. The temperature in my room is this currently. Needless to say, if I had tilted the camera 90 degrees to the left so it was looking at me, I'd probably be banned on Twitch. If they are the same, then the clock switch is a redundant operation. In this case, oscillator is cleared automatically. The new oscillator is turned on if it's not already running. If a crystal oscillator must be turned on, how do I wait? If the new source is using the PLL, then it waits until that's done. This is nicer than the STM32. With the STM32, you have to wait manually for the clock, and then you have to wait manually for the PLL as well. But this just kind of does it all automatically. You only have to check one bit. The reason seems like it's telling your body temp, which would mean you are really barely holding on. Okay, it's not my body temperature. I almost wish it would be. Well, no, I'd be dead probably, but... Hi Eek, how are you doing? And Fox, oh my goodness, you both suddenly appeared. Hi. The hardware clears it to indicate a successful clock transition. In addition, NOSC bit values are transferred to COSC. The old clock source is turned off. Oh, it's so nice! In the STM32, you have to do all this. Clock management is entirely manual. You have to turn off the old clock as well. If you want to save power, you don't have to turn it off if you're going to be switching back and forth quickly. If you're going to be switching back and forth a lot, I don't know why you'd be doing that, but if you are, you can just not turn it off and then it's much faster. Are you sure you don't need to make sure the external clock is ready before making the PNL switch? I don't know, it says the new oscillator is turned on by the hardware if it's not running. If a crystal oscillator must be turned on, it will wait until oscillator startup timer expires. Oh, I see what you mean. I'm not sure, it sounds like it's trying to do everything by itself, but... Because we're assuming this is an external one. I'm kind of tempted to feel the CPU. It feels like the same temperature. It does seem too easy, right? If we're doing wonderful, I'm not doing too badly, thanks. This is kind of fun even though it's not working currently. Doing things for a bit, we are back. Welcome back. Nice to have you again. The old clock is turned off. I love this. Messy clock that's not stable. The following is a recommended code sequence for a clock switch. Oh, hold on. Is this different? Wait, is this different? Or is this where it goes into detail about the... No, this is the thing I was following. Disable interrupts and DMA. You know what we can do? What I'm going to do is I'm going to serial print the COSC before we do any of this, and then print COSC afterwards. I might as well also print NOSC. Seems more fun than trying to debug some text-made stuff. But when it does not give you any errors. Well, this is not giving me any errors, really. Let's do a serial... We have it. Oh, we don't actually. Now we have it running. Serial dot println. Let's print. Can we print it in binary? Is that a thing we can do? I think it is. Let's print COSC in binary. I'm pretty sure that's a thing that works. And I kind of want to wait. I want to wait for this to fully send first, right? I don't know how long it's going to take. And so I'm going to be extremely lazy and say, yeah, it'll be done in 100 milliseconds. Because I can't be bothered to do the correct thing, which is wait for the buffer to be empty. And then, once everything's re-enabled, we'll serial print this again. Actually, you know what? I'm going to say serial print COSC. I'm going to do it again here. I'll print NOSC as well, which should be what we set it to, right? I don't think it ever sets NOSC by itself. Had lits where it should have been literals. Interesting. What the hell? Alright, let's see what happens now. Upload, monitor, run. The monitor closes when it's uploading, so... Oh, COSC was not declared? What? What? What do you mean COSC was not declared? Really? What if I do this? Which is not a thing that I should be doing, but... Is it just a problem with serial print? Are we going to bed? Have a nice sleep, Myriad! Those COSC was really not declared. Interesting. Aren't they bits? Oh, yes, they are bits in the register. Thank you. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. You know what? This is where I need the get bits. Hi, Seal. Thank you for the posture check. Get bits. Let me just slap this up here and then I will...
Cheese.
I will cheese. Stretch. If easier if I do it backwards. Whatever. I don't think inline's really needed. There we go. Can't believe you're saying pet after doing that. Shaking my head, Okay, so COSC is get bits, the value, the first bit, and the num bits. So the value is in... Is it in an OSCON? It's probably an OSCON, right? There's a definition of OSCON, that's a real question. Yeah. COSC, yes. 14 to 12. 14 to 12. Yeah. This is really weirdly written. Bit 30 or 22 or 14 or 6. I get it though. It's just a bit funny. Yeah, bit funny. Why is my arm stuck? I've already forgotten the bits. 14 to 12 was it? Imagine having memory. 14 to 12. But it's 14 and the length of 3. Yeah. I could also just dump out the entire register if I really wanted to. Or whatever. So that's COSC. We can do it again. Thank you for pointing out that there are bits in the register. You recall an earlier comment. What's the comment? Then the OSC is 10. Okay, should we try it again? Let's try it again. Are you sure it's from 14, not 12? Yeah, I checked that earlier. I'm pretty sure. Well, I followed the logic for this, but let's follow the logic for this. Okay, so 14. Let's just follow the logic. We've got 31, 30, 9876, 543210, 19, 18, 76, 31, 10, 12, 11, 10, 9876, 543210. This is 3.
When you are done, can you stream another 6 hours of Set? Should be a cakewalk. The game is fun and engaging and has female-looking robot.
A female-looking robot. You know,
Set.
it's been a while, huh? Hi, Ragnak, welcome. Okay, so if I say that I want bit 10 for Mosque, then what the code does is it says we shift it to the right 10 minus the number of bits, which is 3, minus 1, which is 2. So 10 minus 2. So let's put our value in here. The value we care about is 10, 9, and 8. Right? Yeah. So first thing it's going to do is shift 10 minus 2, which is 8 bits to the right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we're going to AND it with 1 shifted to the left by 3, which is that, minus 1, which is that. That's a really fun trick, by the way. So it's just doing this, and then it's ANDing it with 1, 1, 1. So yeah, it is. I think I'm using it correctly. Unusual interface? Well, that's because I made it and I'm weird. But I mean, it's written here, like start and end, right? From to. This is copy and pasted from the datasheet. Anyway, let's run it, question mark? And monitor it. Costco's not declared. Oh, right. Get out of here. Just making sure that these are all the correct data types. Don't have any 8-bit thing left over from before. It looks like it should all be right. Boop. Third time's a charm, question mark? Doing the bootloader thing. There it is. What the hell? It's already configured with 011. What the hell? It's already configured to 011. Ah, the plot thickens. Also, hi Cactorus. Welcome, welcome. Or it could be plural Cactorus. Right now I'm just trying to make it put the CPU speed up to 80 megahertz, which it should be, but it seems like it's running at 8 megahertz. Although, I now realize maybe it really is running at 80 megahertz and it's just this slow to toggle the pins, but that seems unbelievable. Because right now I've got some code that just toggles the pin as quickly as possible. On off, on off, on off, on off. When you look at the oscilloscope view, you can see it's pulsing at, if you look at the purple text that's like there, like just above my mouse pointer, the frequency is like 4.71 megahertz, which is weird. Now I think about it, 4.71 is quite a long way off for... Also, hang on. Look at this. Wait a second. Wait a second. Is this the compiler being far too clever? Does it look slow because it's actually just doing it once and then it's looping? And so we're seeing the delay that it takes for it to go back around the loop? Because what I'm realizing here is, if we capture again, what I'm realizing is I would have expected every 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I would have expected every 8 toggles for there to be a bigger gap. There is no bigger gap. Because it has to jump back, you know? Unless there's like pipelining or something, then I guess that could explain why there's not a longer gap. If port A is a volatile pointer, no. Yeah, it certainly, if it's a volatile pointer, that shouldn't be the case. I guess we need to find where port A is defined. Let's see, we're just gonna say is port A volatile. Let's find out. Kinda crazy if they haven't made it volatile. But that said, is there a way for me to like, can I like cast it to a volatile version so that it basically just does it? Is that a valid casting? Can you cast a non-volatile thing to volatile? Trying to find where the Arduino stuff. Oh my god, my voice is dying. Where is ChipKIT? The compiler could just reduce it to a single instruction loop there, showing no slowdown. Yeah, that's the problem. It shouldn't be doing that if it's volatile. Right? Like I don't want it to disassemble. I don't know how to do that with Arduino stuff. If it's volatile, it can't optimize out the access. Hi Kieran! Welcome, welcome. Where the hell is Arduino storing its stuff? Here, maybe? Can I just copy the... I cannot. See, users. You can't. Because I don't want the text file, I want the place where it is. App data, local. Arduino 15. Okay, here we are. Packages. Here we are. Oh my god, there's so much crap on my stream. ChipKIT. Hardware. PIC32. This one. Why is my computer so slow right now? Oh, let me check something. Let me try a thing. One sec. Has that helped? No. It feels slow. Now, what are we looking for? Hardware. We're looking for an H file. Star.age. Arduino, binary client, CPU defs, peripherals. I'm looking for like pins, maybe. Pin groups. Stream is breaking down. Oh my god. Wait. I just noticed my Wait, what is happening? Hold on. No, this is actually happening locally as well. Is my program stopping running smoothly? No, this is running smoothly. But OBS is not. What is going on? Oh, I know what's happening. Wait, no, I don't know what's happening. No, we're not swapping. We're a long way off swapping. This is a CPU related thing. We're not out of memory! We're using 16 gigs! Oh, 17. Let me restart VCFace. Oh, my stream setup is still running slowly. What on earth? Let me restart this. I have 96 gigs because of machine learning stuff. And thankfully I was able to get it before the prices went insane. I am so glad I got it when I did. Okay, I'm coming back. I was made with Unity.
Yeah. Events are now entering receive loop.
Why is it dying? Ah! Oh my god, my actual computer is... What is happening? It's like some kind of... kernel. Like literally my mouse is slowing down sometimes. What the actual fuck? Let me try a thing quickly, hold on. Sound is gonna stop for a moment. I'm back. Hi. Oh my god, Ableton Live is barely responding. Yes, that's the stupidly overkill thing I'm using for processing my audio because I have a very cursed audio setup. It's also an incredibly old version of Ableton. 8 is the version number. Wait, are we doing any better now? Oh, if I could move. If I could move, I could see. Nope, it's kind of dying. It's kind of dying. By the way, I've even put it up to high performance mode. And it's still this bad. Oh my god, my music is stuttering! What the fuck? How is it this bad? It's not that my CPU is overheating, it's managing to clock up to like close to 5 gigahertz, so that's not the problem. Oh my god. The number of frames skipped due to encoding lag is in the 13,000s. Everything is stuttering? Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna restart OBS. Interesting. I wonder how the stream's gonna come out locally. Maybe back? Hello? Hi? I think I'm back. Hello? Hi. It's cooled down. Doesn't feel like it. Oh my goodness. Hello, hi. I have no idea what was causing that. That's not happened before. I mean, not due to like a process that I wasn't able to, you know, you know what I mean. If something's maxing on my CPU, of course, Understandable. I see in 5 minutes. True. Just Windows things? Apparently that's a thing that can happen.
Twitch says your last stream was 3 days ago. Man, it feels good to see you are back live. Evenly.
Thank
It
you.
feels good to see you are best one this year.
What? You okay, Rebbe? Well, thank you for telling me about that. Let me just make that thing be live. Okay, the previous VOD is live now. Okay, a lot of things just happened. What just happened? My face tracking is not working properly. What is going on? Review pet a cat from Omni. Hi Omni, welcome. Hi ABT. Oh my god, it's all people who are not even that I didn't even see in the chat before. Posture check. Hi Stewie. I had plenty of time to stretch while waiting for stuff to reload. Frillo, Steven of the Night, open a window. Nope, not yet. Is my PC okay? I don't know. I have no idea. I've just lost over half of the people who are there. Yeah. Save the kidneys? I actually don't think I need to at the moment. I'll refund you for that once all the tabs have reloaded. Just the moderation tabs. Well, sorry about that. Oh my gosh. I hope it's okay now. Welcome back, everybody. Who is here? It's time to restart, open all the programming related things, which is just basically Arduino and Foxy Reader. Oh. Okay. It's an interesting view. Ah, okay, we're good. We're good. The pessimism turns into optimism. Wait, why pessimism? What do you mean? Oh my god, how much stuff did I miss while I was offline? Hanyo, everything is touching. Oh god. I need to go catch some sleep. Sleep on, John Mega! It's probably not here anymore. And that's it. Let me slow down the CPU speed again, and everything should still be fine, like it normally is. Yes, it's all good right now. It's all good. What was I doing? What the hell was I doing? What was I even doing? Like, what was literally the next thing that I was going to be trying? I don't even know what I was doing. Okay, it's... Foxy Reader forgot the thing that I had loaded. Which I guess is fair enough. Oh yeah, we were trying to look for the definitions of the ports, weren't we? Wait, was it related to that? Wait a minute. I'm gonna check my VOD because I'm slightly scared. It wasn't one of the SSDs dying yet again, was it? I know I dragged Task Manager Interview at one point. But no, I don't think it was that because when that happens, everything actually properly freezes. What is that tiny video that was recorded? Okay, we're jumping back in time. Maybe something about the while true loop misbehaving. Yes, thank you, Joker. Yes, that's why we were looking that up. When did I drag task manager into view? There. Okay, yeah, there's no disk activity. Okay. It's not disk stuff. Okay. Poof. Let me see how terrible this sounds. Oh my god, my actual computer is... What is happening? Wait, hold on. Oh my god, my music is stuttering. Okay, it sounded like the audio was... It looks terrible, but at least the audio is available. I was expecting to hear my audio stuttering, but it's not, thankfully. Okay. Let's give this a second attempt, and if it happens again, maybe it's something to do with Windows search. Like my hair keeps... my hair keeps playing into my nose, which is... making my nose itch. Okay, where were we? App data. Local. Arduino 15. Packages. ChipKIT. Hardware. PIC32. We're looking for the definition of port A. You know what I'm gonna see? If this program wants to work, which I've used in the past. I know where it's gonna appear and what's gonna appear on it. Okay. I might be about to die. I don't know if you can still hear me. But...
If your graphics card is as hot as you are, next time you hit the clubs you should take it as your wingwoman.
My computer is dying again and I know exactly why it's happening. Okay, there is a chance that it'll start responding again properly within some amount of time. I have to wait for an IO operation to time out. Uh-oh. What is this pessimism? Oh my goodness. Okay, it's... I don't know if anybody can hear me. I'm hearing myself. I can hear that my bell sound has frozen as well. You can hear me? Oh, okay, interesting. Oh my god, it recovered. Oh! Okay, we're back. I'm never running that program again. Anyway. Suffice to say, I'm not gonna be doing that again. It tries to access something that causes the drive to like infinitely attempt to be reading. And I thought that's because the drive was dying. But I was able to clone the entire drive with no issues. So the drive is not dying. It's just something, I don't know how it's managing to do that. Anyway. HG Search and Stats, which is a program I've used many times. It used to be perfectly fine, and now it's just something happening. I don't know why. Maybe its settings are corrupted or something. Anyway. I can't open a window, otherwise I'm going to be like sniffling and stuff. Anyway, where are we? We're looking for a header file. Oh, sorry. Board defs? Maybe it's one of these. I didn't see these before. Sort by... no, view, details. So we're looking for... I already clicked 2 as Clanker 2. We're looking for Max32. There it is. Should we open this? I'm gonna open it in Notepad. What is this? What are all these? Why have we got ending comments all the way over there? Fading hard drive? That's what I thought, but I was able to clone the entire drive without any problems. Oh, I guess these are more boards or thingies rather than they shouldn't be writing. Anyway, it's also what all my VODs are being stored on, and there's no problem with it writing those many tens of gigabytes. The board defs, I guess, are for the boards rather than the chips. tab indent space align. Pin groups. Pins Arduino. Oh. Pods. Okay, we're getting closer. What are we looking for again? We're looking to see if they're defined as volatile, aren't we? System? Wiring? I've got a few. I think I just scrolled through a few volatiles. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. Port A. Nothing. Do you have like a grep like tool? Nope. That was my program, but now it doesn't work anymore. Yeah, I don't know. Uke back. Hi, Fox! Welcome. Hello. IO? Oh my god, I didn't realize there's an IO. Oh, there's nothing in it. Include P32XXXX.
Formaggio.
P32? Wait, where the hell is P32XXXX.h? Why cheese? What am I doing? That's not a thing, apparently. So how is it going to include this? What? Where is it? What do you mean you can't just say include this? Where is it? It's not even here anywhere, apparently. We just searched the entire thing. Ah, there it is. Oh, but it's only 167 bytes. Oh my god, okay, xc.h. I feel like a web server putting out downloading an entire HTML file and putting out another request and downloading another entire HTML file, etc. Okay, so apparently there are some things inside proc. Where's proc? There's process. There's no such thing as proc. Fucking hell, nah, where is it all? I hate this. Proc. Okay, I found it. You stop. Fuck off! Wait, there are two different places. Oh, lib. That's probably gonna be included then, right? Okay, so which one is it? This is... This one. I'm not even gonna attempt to type this. I don't know if the entire name thingy will be in there. It's not. Let's just gradually backspace until something shows up. Well, let's try again without PIC but P instead. There it is. Ah! Oh my god, 1.72 megabytes. This might actually be where everything is. Is this where the juicy stuff is? Oh! Oh, thank god for this definition. Ah! So port A, do you know what port A means? It means port A. Ah! Today I learned. Maybe hopefully there's another definition. External volatile signed int port A attribute blah 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 address. Why is this so disgusting? Why isn't it just like why isn't it like hash define port A this is whatever the address is, you know? This. Like, why is it not just this? There are good reasons? I'm sure. Anyways, volatile. Cool. So maybe it's compiler being way too smart-ass. Imagine reordering hardware accesses randomly. Music needs to chill just a little bit. Imagine reordering hardware accesses randomly. I don't want to. I don't want to. Oh, you mean this? Right, yeah, I guess so. Compilers like to reorder accesses if they think it's more optimal. I've never had this with the Atomic, thank God. I like did the exact same thing on the Arduino. Wait! Hold on. Hold on. Look! My original test was doing this. Oh my god. Wait, no, not oh my god. This is a different one. This is pin 13. This is a different one. This is pin 12. So it's like it's bit 2 rather than bit 3. Is the delay somehow making a difference? I'd like to order 12 hardware accesses, please. And can you separate it into 3 bags? I don't know. If you enable aggressive optimizations, that's not anything I have control over. Without modifying some file somewhere. Platform.txt or something. As long as your pointers are volatile, aggressive optimization won't change anything. It sure as hell shouldn't. Oh, you know what? I have a funny idea. I have a hilarious idea. It's gonna make everybody laugh. Wait, hang on a second, that's not actually how you do it. You have to... Like, what is this? Like a volatile... UN32T... This. Right? And then dereference that whole thing. So it's that, right? What if we literally just do this? Because surely this will be different. Just as a sanity check. You can cast it to volatile? I'm fairly sure I did that. Because you're just saying, hey, just pretend this isn't a... Let's just see if that even does compiler. I thought I'd done something like that before. I thought that's basically when you hash define it as that, that's what it means behind the scenes. Okay, it doesn't like it. Invalid type argument of unary star. Oh, wait, this is a pointer there. Is that how you do it? It's so stupid that they use the same character to say this is the pointer and stop it being a pointer. I don't know, that's a language silliness of C in my opinion. Alright, so yeah, it wasn't happy that I was trying to dereference the thing that wasn't marked as a pointer, but now it's marked as a pointer. Volatile UN32 star picture equals... Yeah, obviously I shouldn't have to be doing any of this. This is just a little silly sanity check thingy. I just want to see what happens. Let's give it a try. I'll keep this code even though it shouldn't be necessary, right? Because it should already be running at 80 megahertz, I guess. I'll comment this out for now. Actually, I'm going to move this all into its own thing. Called init clock. Which shouldn't even be necessary. But whatever. Init clock. So we're not going to do that. And we're just going to fall down to this silly thing. Upload! And get the oscilloscope running, also get it on screen. If this is a fast race fire. It's not fast enough. Okay. But it does work. Interesting, interesting. In that case, I'm very confused. Because why are we not seeing a sudden faster thing, you know? Oh, you know how we can test that it's actually doing the whole thing? Just slap a delay. Of like, I don't know, 10 microseconds at the end. Why did I not think of that? Then we should see them in groups of 4. So maybe it is like some sort of reading ahead, something pipeline, something I don't know. That was causing it to not slow down, but also it just wasn't as fast as it should be. Let's see. Okay. It is not. It's like, wow, what the hell? Yeah. So we're getting a toggle. Well, wait a minute. Why are we only getting on, off, and then a long gap? That's only 4 of these. There should be another 4. You know how we can test if it works? Put in a code that makes it not work and see if it does anything different. Maybe. You can have the 2 values of your party register prepared, and your loop would merely set the first. You could have the 2 values of your party register prepared, and your loop would merely set the first and the second, without ever reading. Your CPU may be accessing the registers faster than they can change. No, I remember reading in the datasheets, the reason I'm doing this is because they explicitly recommend doing this rather than read, change, write. Because it's done like in an atomic something thing. The IO pins be slow on the CPU. Maybe, right? This is read, modify, write. But it's not actually in practice. Let me see if I can find the thingy about that. Where was the thing? I think it's read, change. Am I looking in the right? I don't know where it is. Here we are. Using a port X invert register. Wait. Oh wait, this is read. Oh my god. I was confused. I misread this. I should not have read this when I was half asleep. There's a fucking register named this. And this is the slower thing. When I read this when I was like a few days ago, or maybe yesterday, I can't remember. I read this as doing this allows it to be compiled with fewer instructions, as if the compiler just detects this. But holy crap, isn't that slow? Wait, how many instructions is that then? Wait a minute, how many instructions is that then? If it's already managing like 4.71 a second, it should be running at 80. Then, so roughly 17 instructions to read, modify, and write? Really? No way. 17 Dude. Anyway, let's use the port X inf register, shall we? How do we use port X inf? I guess we just write it 1 bit to everything we want to invert. Set, clear, and invert. Yeah. Is it? Okay, I guess it's just port X inf. Is that explained anywhere else? I guess not. Why do I keep minimizing my shit? But changing GPI can be slow, especially if you haven't configured your GPI controller. By default, pins are usually set to a low speed. I really hope that's not a thing that I need to change. I know it is on the STM32. I guess I should have a look at that, huh? Okay, so port A inv equals this, right? If I'm understanding that correctly. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think STM32 had an inf thing, but I'm not sure. I might be misremembering. I certainly haven't used it. Okay, that is working. Let's remove the... Oh, out of interest. This is faster, however... On, off... Why are we only seeing 3? There is something weird happening here. Why are we seeing 3 operations? So, toggle, toggle, toggle. So, low, high, low, high. And then nothing. Grab them again. This actually looks like it's a square wave. I can't be able to do anything without being able to check assembly. Low, high, low. But yeah, I'd like to be able to, but I'm not can't remember if I ever was able to work out how to. And by work out how to, I mean be guided how to. I can with the STM32 stuff. But I can't remember, I don't think we were ever able to figure out how to get the Arduino one to do it. What should be taught in kindergarten, how explicitly to modify a platform.txt to like get it to like, well, somehow make this Java program not delete the file that it uploads after doing it, even though that's not even an option. But it might be, I don't know. How to read and write assembly, okay. Clock struggles to drive the oscilloscope high, low, and time. Okay, the weird thing is, we have this long gap here, right? Which should be about 10 microseconds. Out of curiosity, let's measure it. Nice, 11 microseconds. And then we're supposed to be toggling it 8 times. So it should end up in the original state. But actually, it's only toggling it 3 times. X or A left. I remember Professor says Arduino is easy to use. Only if you don't have a CS background. Maybe? It's still far fucking easier. Sorry, I don't know why I just thought easier than Platform IO. That took like several people, several nights of attempting to help me just managing to help me eventually, while I was floundering to try to. By the way, this is off stream. This wasn't even with stream distractions. Attempting to set up the STM32 stuff needed for STM32. I really don't like the thought of ever using it again for anything else in my life. Platform IO, that is. Well, this isn't working, is it? So let's just see what happens if I do that, at least, I suppose. Out of curiosity. Yeah, I'm guessing there's some weird stuff happening. I don't even know. Maybe the weird stuff is to do with delay microseconds. I don't even know, man. I don't know. This is an unpleasant. Okay, 12 megahertz we've got now. That's kind of pleasing. With a bunch of frequent blips because of the timers, I'm sure. I wonder if we can count the time between the blips. Oh, we're choosing it. Oh, I guess they're going to be happening about once every microsecond, huh? Wow, that's a very interesting looking screen. But yes, they are, look. Do you see that? These little blips are happening roughly aligned to the grid, which is 1 microsecond. So they're millisecond. So let's see. This is going to be very messy when I zoom in and aliased probably. But so how long does that take? So this is how long the the millis timer takes, which is actually very much of interest if I'm going to be using this Oh yeah, wait, we already knew this. It's about 2.2 microseconds. I think we already knew that. I'll figure this out. I'm not sure. Why is this music sounding so loud now? I mean, it's like 12 megahertz. Is it really still taking 80 over 12? Like 6 instructions? Or cycles, I suppose, to toggle? At least we know that it's running faster than 8 megahertz now, though, right? What is a flat thingy? That is an interrupt happening. The one to update the millisecond timer. But yeah, we're not seeing any really clear moment when it branches back to the beginning, are we? I mean, it was doing it 3 times apparently, wasn't it? I mean, some of these look vaguely longer than others, I suppose. Maybe not. Well, yes, actually. Yeah, look. Hold on. If I use this as a cursor. Look at this. The gap from there... Wait, no. The gap from... Maybe this is just me imagining things. Let me measure it. The gap from there to there, which is about 72 nanoseconds, looks longer than the gap from there to there. It is longer. It is longer. Look at that. Why is that? I get a new non-digitally looking rating. Why is that? Every 4 spikes, it does look longer to you. I guess it does, doesn't it? Huh, I actually hadn't seen that before. Yeah, it's like at the top, right? It's like there. Or actually, if you look at it crossing the horizontal line, like the voltage threshold, it does. It peaks above it. It peaks above it. And that's good, right? That is actually happening every 8 times. We're going down, up, down, up, down. Wait. Down, up, down, up, down, up. And then nothing. Wait, it's every 3. Why is it happening every 3? Or every 6? 6 toggles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I definitely have 8, not 6. Should be time, not voltage? No, I'm talking about the... Hold on. How do I... Look. If you look... Oh my goodness. Stop. If you look at... Here? Do you see? Because it takes slightly longer, we leave it rising for longer. Before, it's not going above this. Just realized I can zoom in. Like we're down there. And then, on the time when it takes longer, the voltage gets to rise a bit higher. So it goes like it's above this line around here. That's what I meant. There's 6. There shouldn't be... That shouldn't be every 3 periods, 6 inversions. Yeah, indeed it shouldn't. It should be every 8. Yeah, it should. But this is doing something weird. Because when we... You know, when we are... What if I disable interrupts? Why didn't I disable interrupts before? I just... With the huge 2.2 microseconds for the interrupt that happens every millisecond. I assumed that any others would be apparent as well. I don't really need this open. Why did I open that? A NOP interrupt would be much longer than that. NOP interrupt? We're running again. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference. So it's super stable now though, of course. Look at that. Oh! 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 Oh my goodness, that looks really cool. Oh my goodness, that looks even cooler. The alias thing. Okay, it looks, probably looks the same. Does it look the same? It does look the same. It's so stably the same, wow. Okay, so now it's frozen. Yeah, it's every 3. Not meaning do nothing. Yeah, what's a NOP interrupt? A volatile prevents reordering, but not how the loop unrolls. The loop unrolls? I mean, it shouldn't, like, sure, that would mean that it can become longer than this, but it wouldn't change this stuff, right? Get struck by the beam? The beam? Man, this is like the bare minimum test. I just wanted to toggle this thing on and off and see it happening at like 40 megahertz or something super nice. But I'm falling at the first hurdle here. Fading? Fading at the first hurdle? Falling? Fading? Well, I'm not really sure why this is behaving super strangely, but I guess I could proceed anyway. Right, and just hope that it's fast enough. I need to capture from the keyboard again, I think, because wait, hang on. Did I keep one of the captures? Was I finally not stupid? Let me see. I don't know where I would have saved this actually. Oh, I know. Nope, I was stupid. I did not save a recording of it. Why am I so stupid? I didn't save a capture of the data from the... Man. From the keyboard. I'd have to look at my VOD from a little while ago, I guess. Some of this looks like some anime energy beam attack. I guess so, especially since this is magenta, right? Anyway, this is behaving very strangely. This is kind of sad. Well, I guess there's not really anything I can do other than just try to make the thing and then see if it works. But really what I want to do, what I should do is recheck just how... What? Thank you very much for the follow, kids. Lemon, welcome, welcome. I want... What I should do is check how long the latch pin on the Yamaha keyboard stays low for. Because otherwise the interrupt for the millis timing might still be too long. And also the entry into the interrupts service routine might also be too long. $50 stream streak, holy crap, Forgotten Bud, wow! Thank you very much, oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, there's not really anything more I can do at this point. This is what I wanted to do, and then after I'd done this and seen that it was a beautiful, consistent and not nonsensical 40 megahertz, I would have opened up the keyboard and started connecting wires to it and stuff like before. But I'm seeing this silliness, so... Getting ready for work. I hope your work is as least painful as possible. As unpainful as possible. In theory, the compiler could see it as an infinite loop over one instruction. Remove the 5 repeated lines. In that case, it could unroll it back to 6 instructions. But why? It's volatile. I think it's because of a specific constraint on the condition that requires the code to do exactly 8 accesses if the condition never changes. Yeah, I'd love to be able to see this. But again, I don't know how to do this. Unfortunately. I'd love to be able to see the assembly. I don't think we're ever able to. I don't think even the crazy Stu is able to help me get it working. I'm pretty sure it was just the Arduino IDE deletes it. It also doesn't say exactly where it's even making it for Brian but some... Oh yeah! I remember seeing the temp folder get created actually. I just remembered. But it was deleted before I could do anything. Well, contents. So. Anyway, I'm kinda done! I'm kinda done. I'm kinda bummed by this. Also, you know what we could do? Should we just try and do a thing? Should we toggle the LED as well, but interleaving it with these? Just because we can? And see if any other weird behavior happens? So this is the pin 12 that we're monitoring, and this is pin 13 which we're not monitoring, but it's driving the LED, so the LED will just look dim, hopefully.
But you just started streaming. It's barely been an hour. How about some set?
Oh, I would play Zenless. I would play Zenless, not lose everybody a lot. Thank you for the pats, Kiona, and Hesitant. I mean, let's just see what this does. Because why not at this point? So this should look exactly the same, but like, you know, half the speed on the oscilloscope. Oh, let's run it. What the fuck am I looking at? What the fuck am I looking at? I'm sorry to be swearing so much. Is this some pin speed thing after all? What is this? Let me restart the face tracking because it's not even able to track how crazy it is. What? No, looks like a voltage drop. What? Like from driving the LED or something? Pins influencing each other? Yeah, let's use one that is not attached to the LED, shall we? Let's use one that's not attached to the LED. The one that drops slightly when you enable and raises slightly when you disable the LED. Slightly? Slightly? Excuse, slightly? Okay, let me see this. Pin 12 is RA2, RA3 is this. I want to do another thing on port A. Is RA1 exposed or RA4 or literally RA anything else? RA1. There it is. It's all the way over there on pin 20 for some reason. Oh no, it's 15. There's RA1. TCK, pin 71? What the hell is it? It's matter. It's a thing. It's a thing that is not connected to the LED. So let's toggle that. We've got a... Okay, it's apparently pin 71 as well. Set it down, but I can see vertical long nuke tails in it. Aww, yeah. This is just a chart to me. I don't know if it's slightly or not? Or slightly? Or unsightly? Okay, let's just do this silly thing. Port 71. I hope that's defined. Alright, it doesn't really matter anyway. It's the compiler should still just include the instructions, right? Does the signal actually get to 0 and 3.3? No, it doesn't. Because we're toggling quickly. Oh, I can put the measurements actually of the min and max. Let's do that. Boop. Boop. Yeah, not quite. 0.08 and 3.24 roughly. Isn't TTL 5 volts? It's not quite. You can see that it's never flattening completely because we're switching too quickly. Right? RA1, RA4. By the way, I can't actually. I can see the idiom being silly. It's. Yeah, it's this. Pin 71. PA. RA1. Which means port A bit 1. I'm not used to that terminology. I'm used to it being PA1. Why RA1? Why is it called that? One we're probing built-in LED. Simple, David! GPIOs are digital. They're well within the thresholds of the logical levels. Not really, look! Look here! This... Oops. This... like, is right around the middle here. Hang on. If I... how do I do this again? There we are. This is 1.72 volts. That's like so in the middle of where the threshold is. I'm showing the voltage drop. I'm showing what the voltage is on pin 12. Like that's not... that shouldn't be happening. If anything, it's a voltage rise there. I mean, it is a voltage rise. Unless that's it trying to turn on and then immediately followed by a drop. The max is 3.24. Yes. Okay, let's turn on RA1 instead. I feel like we're talking past each other. I feel like we probably both agree. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so now we're toggling pin 1. The tail. Oh no, she shed her tail. And it's still happening. This is a live view. And this is not the LED. So I reckon it might be a pin speed thing. That is what we're seeing here. Let's look for speed. You can see the LED is off now, it's not. Speed. What did I change? It's now toggling bit 1 instead of bit... It's now going 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 instead of 2-4, 2-4, 2-4. 4 being the LED pin and 1 being just some other bit on the port. Nothing of significance is on that pin. It's just marked as this. It's not even a pin that I can probe, by the way. Not even broken out. Which maybe is another thing I should be doing. Oh, hang on a second, go back. 1 MSPS conversion speed. This is talking about the analog to digital, though. Small internal capacitor? Okay. We're seeing the exact same graph, so... RMII speed. Ethernet. maximum switch. Meh, 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 meh. Speed. Speed. Debugging. In circuit programming. Device programmer. ADC speed. I don't care about it. This is all still ADC. Speed. Speed blank or 80 megahertz. What? If the board is experiencing high frequency noise, I hope not. It's talking about USB speed. Full speed pull up. Oh, this is USB interface again. Low speed EOP. What is EOP? Oh, this is USB again? Low speed. Is it still USB? This is UART. I think we've looped now, yeah. Okay, so it doesn't seem that there is a speed for the pin mode. Maybe I should look if there's an I/O section in here. Multiplexed I/O. Multiplexed. Oh, as I see, multiplex with alternative, yeah, functions. Okay, which we're not using. That's a worrying word to use because I was assuming that you don't be able to change, like, yeah, whatever. Parallel PIO ports also. Yeah. For the AST. Data direction, latch, and port. Latch is for... Wait. Should I be writing to latch or lat? But it specifically said port inv, port X inv for inverting. Can I try changing a volatile variable in RAM instead of changing another pin state? I'd rather not at the moment, I'm sorry. Port is a register used to read, so I am like writing to the wrong one. But the invert? I wonder if it's because latch, as in writing data? Wait, why are we even able to write data to that at all? Does that mean there's a lat A inv? I'm gonna try this. We're just gonna go back to one port because this is, you know. Actually, why don't I just find and replace this? Okay, I'm just... don't want to do that. Yes. Lat A inv. There is such a thing as lat A inv. Also, where's my find and replace? Why is it Control F and not Control R or Control H? Anyway, let's replace this with lat A inv. We might as well keep every other one as well. Let's try it. Bloop. Lane VT. It does look a bit like that, doesn't it? Okay, it's not uploaded yet, so ignore the thingy. Because what I'm thinking is if you're changing port A and port A depends on the input, it could be doing weird things because it's trying to invert its own input. Oh my god, we're seeing something higher now. We're seeing 18 megahertz now. But we're also seeing something way more understandable with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then a gap. Okay, this is way more understandable. And out of curiosity, if I remove this, I'd only do port 2. I mean pin 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So to be clear, what I'm thinking was happening is because I was modifying port rather than latch, port is for the input, and it was probably trying to read the input and then flip it, and then I was like, but I don't understand why it's telling me to do port rather than latch. Nah. Anyway. Hi, Crostan. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? My head is hurting a bit, honestly, from having been trying to do this, but we should get something much faster now. Oh, run. Ah! Now we're talking. Oh, that's so fast it's not even able to rise properly. And I need to change where the threshold is so they can even time that correctly. Okay, nice. It's measuring around 40 megahertz now. That is so like unstable that it's... It's kind of funny that this scope is like, well, it's repeating the pattern at 8 megahertz. When I zoom in, you can actually see this frequency. I'm actually kind of surprised the scope does that. It's almost more like pitch detection than frequency detection. Well, there it is. Thank you for the follow, Moth Myriad. Yeah, this is a GPIO speed issue, yeah. It could also be a probing speed issue. It might not be that slow, but my scope probe might just have that much capacitance in it. You know what? I could probably get a better reading by using the spring ground contact. And, well, that wouldn't reduce capacitance, that would just reduce noise, I think. But yeah, if I put an adjacent pin, set it to a different kind of myriad. Yeah, true, we have myriad mines, and now we have moth myriad as well. A myriad of myriads. But I reckon we might be able to get a cleaner thing by putting an adjacent pin to low, then using the little... Let me get it out and show you this little spring. This no CB's for us 8 megas. Yeah, wow, what a wild goose chase. This for the ground rather than this flying lead here. Man, I bet that nail's so short that it actually hurts. Okay, this is fine. This is good. Everything's fine. This makes so much more sense now. We're seeing the high, low, high, low, high, low. That's so interesting. I can see it gradually getting higher on average over the pulses until it goes down again. Like it almost looks like I have it in AC coupling mode, but I don't. It's in DC. I mean, even if it was set to AC coupling, it's still so fast that it wouldn't really look like that, probably. Out of curiosity, let me switch it to AC coupling mode. I doubt that we'll see a difference. Oh, right, except for the fact that everything's shoved down, so I need to change whether... Yeah, it looks the same. In terms of the overall shape. That. Okay, that's very nice. We're even seeing the loop. Yeah, we're actually seeing the loop now. It's very cool, isn't it? The loop makes so much more sense now. When do I have to hold off? Oh, that's a really long hold off. Why is it so long? Oh yeah, I guess that's actually kind of useful. Whatever. I just choked on myself. Let me set an adjacent pin to ground. Wait, is that one already actually? Well, there is an adjacent ground right next to it actually. Let me turn this off and connect that. So I don't even need to set an adjacent thing to output logical low. And just connect it to there. We're monitoring pin 12, right? No, there should be it. I'm not sure we're getting a proper connection there though. But there, look. The spring is in the nearby ground. But I don't think it's making proper contact. Well, we'll soon see. Yuke coking on herself, choking. I thought the typo said cocking for a second. And I'm disappointed that it doesn't say that. Fucks. Try harder with your typos. Why is it such a bad connection? Oh god, it's still doing the bootloader thing. What the? Oh, I see. 12 is on the outer thingy, not the inner thingy. There it is again. Yeah, okay. That didn't help at all. Why is it looking so messy now? What the? Look at these little sparkles running through it as well. I think those are the interrupts. Oh no, we disabled interrupts, didn't we? Oh, then maybe it's an interference from my lights. My lighting power supply. Let me just make it easier for you to see. I kind of don't see them actually. Hold on. Let's try boosting this a bit. Oh, I'm boosting everything if I do that. Hold on. What I need to do is boost only this, which I might already be doing. I am! Why is it still so hard to see them? Okay, there you go. You should now be able to see like the little flickery bits at the top. Along the top. I guess I could zoom in. Oh, actually at the bottom you can see them as well. Okay, you see all that mess up there? Let's see if it disappears when I turn off my lights. Yep. There's still a little bit actually. It's mostly the lights. There it is. Very noisy power supply. My bad. Tips Fedora. Well, I mean, that's kind of positive. What am I doing? This is exactly what I would have hoped for now. We can do the 40 megahertz. Unfortunately, it still means that the interrupts are like taking 2 and a bit microseconds. Wait, wasn't there that thing called sysclock? Or did that require an interrupt to do as well? I think there's a thing called sysclock. She's turning the light on and off. That's so cute. That's so cute. Okay, it's not called sys. Oh, was it called SysTick? The SysTick chapel. Where was that? I thought. Wait, so sysclick refers to the system, like, CPU clock, I guess, as opposed to the timing thingy. Did I mention it at the top somewhere? Where did I see the thing that said that it has like a thing that increments a number for every CPU cycle thing? Thought I saw that. On Cortex M you have SysTick. Yes. I thought I saw a thing here that said it as well though. Maybe not. Maybe not. I guess not, huh? I guess not. I guess it's a whole lot not. Also, I could probably make my own interrupt search routine ISR for to replace the Millis one, that just is a little bit faster, just because I don't care that it's precisely 1 millisecond. And I know the ISR for the Millis timekeeping on the Arduino has some extra stuff to account for the fact that it doesn't really properly tick precisely once every millisecond, and every so many times it ticks, it has to like account for it. It's something like, because it's like 1024 instead of 1000 or something like that. I'm pretty sure there's like some extra logic in there. I remember reading an article about that ages ago. And I don't care if it's not exactly 1 millisecond. I can just make my timing base be a 1024th of a second and, you know, play it back at that speed on the computer. What's your goal? That interrupts don't affect your signal? No, my goal is that the interrupts are short enough that I can catch the really short latch pulses that come from the Yamaha keyboard CPU. They're pretty short. Yeah. I don't remember exactly how short though. That's because I've been stupid at least on 2 occasions now and not saved the captures. When I had the logic analyzer connected to the CPU and I was looking at everything it was sending and I stupidly didn't save it. I've captured it, like I've opened up the keyboard and had stuff connected and captured from it twice now. I don't think I saved them either time. When they stored an interrupt controller until processed? I'm not sure what you mean. I am just listening to the signals being sent from a CPU and a Yamaha thingy to the sound chip in the keyboard. I have no control over like code. I don't have the CPU decapped or anything. I'm just monitoring the signals arriving at the chip. And what happens is we have to listen constantly? Yes. And I was thinking of setting up an interrupt on that pin because you can have interrupts on the pin, but the interrupt on the Arduino was too slow. That's why I made a very silly version that was disabled interrupts and polled over and over and over and over, like at every possible opportunity, and that worked. It looks very silly. No, not this one. That doesn't look silly. This one. It looked very silly because I'm spamming pull the latch, pull it. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? So often, but it worked. Sorry, it's not polished. That's the thing itself. Anyway, but now I need to do an additional thing, which is keeping track of time, because that's not possible on Windows probably, because the serial driver doesn't deliver the messages from the Arduino with a resolution any greater than 16 milliseconds, even if I set the timer resolution greater than 16 milliseconds, which is the default. The Arduino is now going to have to keep track of the time, but the Arduino is too slow to have its millis timer running. That makes me unable to catch all of the latches. That's why I'm wanting to switch to the Max32, which is faster, and hopefully it with a millisecond timer running. And hell, maybe even using a pin interrupt instead of polling constantly will be fast enough. I don't know if it is yet though. I don't even know how quick its interrupts are. Like, the amount of time it took to enter an interrupt on the Arduino was so long that it was like nearly the entire duration of the pulse. Unable to complete before the next one. Unable to complete before the latch pulse went high again and the data lines changed. It wasn't so slow that the next one came along though. Before then there was a bit of a gap between the pulses, but annoyingly the data lines change. They go back up to like an idle state very soon after the latch comes up. I don't know why the CPU does that. I don't know why it can't just keep the data on the lines, but it doesn't. So really a level triggered interrupt controller? I mean, I think of it more like a shift register, a parallel input shift register. You present the 8 bits, and then when they're available to read, you go, boop, hey, read me now. And there's also a second one, another line, which is address versus data. And if that's one value, then the signal on the 8 pins represents the address that the value should be stored at. And if the address line is something else, the other option, I don't remember the title though, then the value on the 8 bits is the data to store at the address. It also takes a long time to respond to an interrupt. Relatable. Oh, you also? Pat. Well, okay, I'm much happier now. The pin itself is too slow to turn on and off at this speed, but that doesn't matter at all. This was just a test to make sure that the CPU is actually running really quickly. I don't need to be pulsing that quickly. The funny thing is, the CPU inside the keyboard, by the way, is running at 6 megahertz. But because we need to like capture a whole load of stuff that's being done instantly in the hardware of the sound chip, we actually need a far higher clock rate than 6 megahertz so that we can catch the data bits before they change. I wonder if we could actually build hardware to do that though. Oh my god. I literally probably could have used a parallel to serial shift register myself. Like actual hardware. And then, or even just latch, like a latch that I can read back at a slower rate. And the hardware latch latches the moment the CPU sends the latch pulse, obviously. And then my Arduino can be like, now just a minute, let me see here, we've got a 1, and like meanwhile the CPU is unlatched and the data's gone back to idle. But because our own hardware latch is still there, latched, I can't believe I didn't think of this. I think I have parallel to serial shift registers. I don't know if I'd want a parallel to serial shift register or if I would just want like a latch where you've got 8 input things and 8 output things. And the output things become the input things when you latch. And then the inputs can change. And the outputs remain what they are. It's not just the interrupt, it's the data itself that is lost. Well, the data will be lost if we don't respond. Yes, the data itself will be lost if we don't catch the interrupt. And, you know, read it in time, the data. Modern systems are edge triggered and keep a bit set to mark a pending interrupt until it's processed. So you can't miss interrupts. Oh yeah, there's no communication from the sound chip to the CPU to say, hey, continue. No, it's just a latch. It's just a latching thing. It works by itself, kind of independently. I see why I talked about a shift register now. Hang on a second. Let me check my components drawer. I'm pretty sure I have parallel to serial.
From my point of view, we're all talking about magic formulas and datamancy, but I look anyway.
No worries. I like the way she said that. Thank you for the look. Also, I'm sorry. Yes, I do have some. Wait. Yes. I have... I don't know if I'm going to get these in view properly. Let's unplug this before I destroy something. Let me see. I have... how do I show this properly? I don't know if you'll be able to see this. these ones are apparently parallel to serial, which are 74HC165. 74HC165. I didn't have the data sheet for that saved. What the hell? Ah, 1 second. What is it? 74HC165. Parallel load shift register. I like the electronics on your screens because it's outside of what you're able to do, but still close enough you can somehow follow. Aww! The Necrons call it datamancy and technomancy. What is a Necron? The bit bender? Bend my bits? I need to turn off the oscilloscope for now because it's... actually, no, I'm not. Otherwise I have to fix my audio a bit. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. I actually wonder what the minimum latch time needed for this is. I hope that the latch pin stays low enough. I mean, stays low for long enough. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H are the 8 bits coming in. Clock input, which is basically the latch. Wait, is it? No, it's not, is it? What does clock mean in this case? Because you need to clock the bits out. Shift or load input when high data... When high data shifted, when low data is loaded from parallel inputs. Oh my god, please. This lack of punctuation is confusing. Alright, let's hope that it explains usage. Oh. Nanoseconds. Let's just see what I'm supposed to do first. Maybe I have some timing graphs as well. Overview. 1 serial input and 8 parallel inputs. Why does it have a serial input as well? Anyway, the device loads all the 8 bits simultaneously through the parallel load input when sh/ld active low is low. Oh, I get what this means. So this means if this pin is low, then effectively it's a load. And if this pin is high, then it's a shift. That changes the behavior of the clock, I guess. This will also ignore any input at clock. Oh, never mind then. So it loads them all when that goes low. Okay, so we'll connect the latch to this, because the latch is also active low. That's really nice. We don't even need to invert it. I'm thinking about making a little circuit here. The device shifts the data when clock toggles. The data is shifted on the rising edge of the clock. Clock inhibits the clock if no change, resulting in no change of the output. So I guess it's almost like a chip enable kind of thing. Except it doesn't stop SHLD. If SHLD is low, they're also ignored. That makes sense because you're not in shift mode at that point. To realize the shift function. I just realized. It's a shift function. This one should be high. Clock and clock inhibit are interchangeable. What? If clock is low, then change a clock signal at clock inhibit pin. What is this translation from? What language is this translation from? If clock is low, then I guess a change of clock signal at clock inhibit pin causes a shift of data. Okay, this doesn't really matter. I'm just not going to use clock inhibit anyway. Oh my god, thank you for reminding me that I didn't re-block links. Do you want to see something really good, by the way, Cami? This is what everyone in the UK who's not using a VPN sees when they click an IMGA link. Are you ready? Ta-da! It's a great country. I call it China V2. Anyway, it has a wide operating range, voltage range of 2 to 6 volts. Oh yeah, the different voltages can be an interesting thing. China V2? Yeah, because we have our own great firewall of China now, except it's not China. Well, it's just, I know it's not the same thing, but it's clearly heading that way. Anyway, this seems totally possible. The only thing is... I think the hydration. The only thing is, it needs to catch the interrupt. It needs to be fast enough to catch the interrupt. So basically what I would do is hydrate and then I'll finish my sentence afterwards. Oops. Okay, there's still a bit left. I'm gonna have a bit more actually. That's run out. My third and final source of water is still completely full. Hi, Anjit. Hi, ice cream cat. I'm sorry, Kiona. I'm still waiting on the internet V2. So here's the theoretical plan. What I would do is connect the, what do they call it? What's the name of the pin? Oh, the SH/active load. So basically the load pin. I'll just call it the load pin, or the shift pin, whatever. I'll connect this the schlud. Okay, it's the schlud pin. Did I restart the stream? I did. My computer flipping died. I still don't know what it was that caused it. It was very, very slow. Nothing seemed to be using the CPU much. Why am I whispering? Behold the time. It's 2:20 AM. Hold on. In a few seconds we'll have a very satisfying time. Zero 22020. Yeah, people are trying to sleep in the room behind me. 33 points. Yeah. Also known as 33% dead. That's also a very pleasing set of numbers, except for the fact that I don't want to be dead. So what I would do is... Wait, it says pulse duration for this. Okay. So it needs to be... At 2 volts, it needs to be at least 120 nanoseconds. Which is... Okay, let's see, that's per second. Millisecond. Microsecond. Nanosecond. So that would be a CPU speed of 8 megahertz roughly. Switching as quickly as it possibly could. And we know the CPU is both 6 megahertz, so it can't even be that fast, and it lasts several cycles. It's not just like immediately off. That's fine. My VTube animation doesn't show any sweat. It's all evaporated. How does a clock become slow? How does a clock become slow? I'm curious. I'm curious about what you meant. What do you mean? I don't remember what I said. So I'm gonna connect the latch pin on from the CPU to this. And at the same time, I'm gonna connect it to the Arduino. I mean, I guess it could be the Arduino at this point, right? We might not even need to use the Max32 after all this. I don't know, what went low? Oh, did I say that? Was I talking about a clock though? I meant to say the latch, when the latch becomes low. This will get clocked in. I mean, latched in. And it'll hopefully soon after an ISR on the Arduino or Max32, whatever, will trigger. And at that moment, the Arduino will start basically querying this shift register, being like, hey, give me the next bit, reads it in, give me the next bit, reads it in. And that's the clock. It's pulsing the clock every time and reading the Q8, I think it was called. I think it said that's what the pin was. Thank you for the pats. I don't know where that was now. There. Oh, QH is called, okay. Okay, so that's what we'll do, I guess. And I'll just have to connect the bits correctly so that they get shifted in the correct order. But yeah, because the hardware, both on the Arduino and the Max32, they have a so-called SPI hardware, right? The serial peripheral interface, which is basically the thing that where you have a data pin and you have a clock pin, and you pulse the clock and read the data on every next thing, and there's some extra lines as well which you won't need for this. So you should be able to do that very quickly. You know the ridiculous thing, what the ridiculous thing is? We wouldn't even need an Arduino Mega for this. If we're using this parallel to serial thing, we're not going to need so many pins. We're not going to need so many pins. Ouch. We're not going to... I'm fiddling with this. Hold on. Right now I'm fiddling with... Wait, why can't you see it? Oh. This. The oscilloscope probe thing. Ground clip. What am I making? I'm trying to sniff messages being sent to the actually the Arduino might still be too slow with how slow it is to enter interrupts if I have the millisecond timer running. Anyway, sorry, I'm still thinking out loud. Also, thank you for the follow, Daniel Death Llama. I never saw that message, but I'm trying to make a thing to sniff on the data being sent to the FM synthesizer chip in a Yamaha keyboard from the 90s. Which I've already got working, actually, on the previous stream. Well, not quite. I didn't quite have it working on the previous stream, but I got it fully working off stream. I got it working enough for us to be able to be very happy on the previous stream. Serial is going to be 8 times slow to transmit, yes. It is. But there is so much time between the latches that there should still be enough time. That is true though. And actually I'm going to need 2 of these shift registers. One of them for the 8 bits of data, and one of them for the address line. But I think I'm not going to need to clock in 8 separate things for the one that's just the address line, because I'll make it so that the first thing to get shifted out is the 1 bit of data. And I'll just manually do that, I guess, without the SPI hardware. Or maybe it'll already be presented on the output pin if it's the most recent bit or something. And then I'm just kind of abusing the shift register. Well, not really abusing it, I'm just never clocking it out. I'm just reading the most recently latched bit. I really am just using the shift register as a latch then. Anyway. Yeah, so ideally, then I would be having like a latch, like a parallel in, parallel out latch. But I don't have such a thing. But I do have these shift registers, and it might be good enough. I'm quite sure that with the ChipKIT, the faster one, clocking in the data would be okay. It would be fast enough. Sniffing Yamaha keyboard. Yeah, I'm trying to listen in on the data being sent to the synthesizer chip inside an old Yamaha keyboard so that I can record it, timestamp each byte being sent, each command being sent, and eventually play them back. And then eventually send my own commands, and then eventually. There might be one too many eventuallys. Add MIDI input support to the keyboard or something like that. Alright, I reckon we have a plan. I'm turning off my oscilloscope, adding a tiny bit less, or subtracting a tiny bit to the from the heat in my room. The CPU the keyboard CPU is only sending short messages. Yeah, single bytes. I mean, you only need to read a single byte for every latch. It's basically an address, 8 bits, and a data thing, 8 bits. Possibly in the opposite order, which is strange. But that's what some other people reverse engineering have decided on, come to the conclusion of. If I remember rightly. I think we had to look at that on the stream. And yeah, so each pulse is just 8 bits. But they always come in pairs. By which I mean, like, you'll see 2 pulses kind of close to each other, but not really that close. Enough time for us to clock in 8 bits. Hopefully. Dude, I wasn't thinking to have like, have hardware for this. As opposed to, except from a microcontroller, you know? It's kind of fun. A little extra support hardware, you know? To make this work. It's kind of fun. I was expecting to have pull-up resistors if using the Max32 because it's 3.3 volts. And we need, probably, to present 5 volts to the chip once we're doing output, but output is in the future. That's what I'll do on the next stream that I work on this, I think. We'll see if we can get one of those shift registers. Ship registers? What? We'll see if we can get one of those shift registers working and latching stuff. Hi, Online Spirit! You could use the UART controller of the PIC32. The UART is asynchronous serial, which means it all comes on one pin, and there's no dedicated clock. Right? And you just have to agree on a specific speed. But the shift register doesn't have its own clock, so we need to prompt it to send the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. So what I want to use is the SPI controller. You know the speed? No, we don't. But it has no speed natively. So the SPI is what I want. SPI is the one where we have a clock and the data. And the clock will connect to the clock pin and the data will connect to the QH. You clock the shifter. I do. But with UART, There is no clock. I know the speed. What? I need to load up Paint. So we have a shift register. Shift reg. Shift ray, it looks a bit like. I mean, this has no clock in it. This will just like, so it's got like 8 inputs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and it's got a latch. Just make the latch come off its tail. There's synchronous, or you have a start bit. A start bit is something different. And then we have like an output, kind of. Except it might just, yeah, I'm pretty sure we do have an output. And we have a clock. So this is what it called QH in the datasheet, I think. I'm not entirely sure why, but it did. And this one was clock for the clock. And the CPU from the keyboard, let's just say it's this, goes, it suddenly flashes, blam, certain stuff on here. Maybe this is 0, this is 1, this is 1, this is 1, this is 0, 0, 0, 1, or something like that. And it's just like, whatever, they all get slammed on at once. And then, moments later, it goes, boop, on this one. Oh, there's also another one that is the address one, which, there's a 9th one, basically. There's 9 of these. These all get slammed on, and then this one gets set, or not set. And then the boop comes in. And, we are also... Whoa!
What even is time?
What is time? Dude, thank you so much for the 99 Millennium resub. Oh my goodness. Thank you, dude. I hope you're doing okay. I hope it's not... Map 32.7 degrees where you are. By the way, these are all inputs, right? So these are all going in this direction. Wait, I can't even really draw. There. So we're also going to like go, you know, I want to have a little bit of that as well. Down here we have the Arduino. I'll just draw it blue, even though we might be using the Max32, which is red, but whatever. This goes to an interrupt pin on the Arduino to int pin and we might be a little bit slow to catch this, but the shift register is dedicated hardware is instantly going to latch near enough to instantly when this happens, right? And this boop can come and go, and it'll keep data stored inside it latched. Then, probably several microseconds later, when the interrupt service routine inside the Arduino finally starts waking up, it's like, oh, sorry, oh, wait, someone's waiting for me. I have a visitor at the door. And it's like, and it starts to say, come in. And the way it says come in is it pulses the clock pin, and every time it pulses, after pulsing, it reads a bit. So this is an output. And this is an input. Wait, I don't even know what I said. I don't even know what browse-worthy thing I said. And technically it might read before doing the clock, I'm not sure. Anyway. And then the shift register, every time it sees the clock, it's like, okay, this is the data I have stored inside me currently. Wait a minute. Let me do this properly. Semi-properly. Wait, I can just split it 4 more times. Or 5. Or 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. Okay, so if this had 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1 like I wrote before, nothing really of significance about that. Then every time we clock, oh yeah, right, and this one here is presented on QH. By the way, this might be happening in this direction, or it might be happening in the other direction. I'm not sure which. It doesn't really matter because I can just swap the order of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to 876543221 on these wires here, if it's the wrong way around. One of these is effectively QH. Maybe it's this one. Maybe it's that one. But it's whichever one is the last one that is shifting towards. So every time we pulse the clock, yeah, so in this case we probably would read first and then pulse. We read QH. As soon as we send the clock, shifter goes zip. And then we read QH and we see a 0, and then we pass the clock and goes zip. And we read the next one. And by the way, this side gets filled with something that's on a Q, another input pin. It's none of these 8. Remember in the datasheet it said there's actually a serial input as well? I'm pretty sure that's what comes in here, but we don't care about this. You could have a hardware timer provided clock and use clock in used as the SPI chip select pin. Oh, I mean, the clock is going to be done by hardware though. I'm not manually going to be turning the pins on and off. This is just what SPI hardware does. This is SPI hardware inside the Arduino or Max32 that's doing this. And it's going to be doing that at a speed that's configurable. I'm going to try and make it go as fast as possible, but I do wonder if this voltage is going to be rising quickly enough. Also, there's one more important thing. The shift register actually only has 8 inputs, so actually this won't be going here. We need a separate shift register, which is a waste. We don't need a shift register, but that's what I have in hardware. So we have another one here. And then these are just like nothing. Actually, this should probably be all the way over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Doing nothing. And this is also going to come over here. Into that one. The latch. The boop arrives at the same time. This is the address or data line. I think is what it's usually called, or something like that. But immediately after a latch, a boop, this QH pin here should be set to this. I think there's a way to make it do that. Or you might need to pulse the clock once and then read it, but whatever. And this could just go to like some other pin that's not done on SPI. Just like a pin that we can digital read, except we're not actually going to do digital read because digital read is slow as hell. We'll do a port read and like just isolate the bit, which is somehow still faster than digital read. I don't understand how Arduino manages to be that bad. And that's it. That should be all we need to do. So basically we're just using this entire shift register as a 1-bit latch. What a waste. When it could actually latch 8 bits and shift them out for us. Are you the Pats faff? Should I save this? I'm gonna save this. Acting as a 1-bit latch. There's another shift reg. Acting as a 1-bit latch. What a waste. Anyway, I'll probably save this. That's the idea. It looks overly complicated for what it needs to be done, but meh. The only overly complicated part is this part. And it's only overly complicated because I don't have a latch. So I'm just abusing a shift register. We're really gonna be using like 3 inputs to it, I think. And hi Faf, welcome. We'll do 2 inputs and 1 output, whatever. Well, including power, of course. Anyway, I reckon this might just work. But I also reckon it's nearly 3 AM and now's not the time to find out. Let me quickly save this into circuit idea. Thank you the pets. latch circuit, Arduino latch circuit or something. Sure. I'm closing that. I'm closing this. Oh, wait, you're missing all the grand closing of things. I'm closing this as well. Closing this. Closing my page of the things. I'm closing this thing that I literally just saved. I'm closing my folder of fonts. No, I'm not going to do that actually. Programming and closing the Arduino folder as well. Okay. It's time. It's time to end. But not quite. There's an important thing that must be done first, which is... Pets for the asses. Okay, my head is actually hurting quite a lot. I'm not even going to be playing Zenus, at least not online, because I need to let my place cool down. I'll save the kidneys. I'll drink some more. I'll flipping try to get my room cooled down. Ah, it's so hot. That's it. Thank you very much for hanging out for so long. The pads with the music. It was the same time, but they're out of sync. Right, thank you all so much for hanging out. I was expecting to get a lot more done today. I was expecting to get the keyboard back out, be recording things again. Like, recording the data in the keyboard. But it took me the entire stream to realize that, essentially, I was doing latch instead of port. By the way, I've made the same mistake on an Arduino before. Except it didn't have the weird effect of making data appear. Because, you know, it's an input port. Why would it? I don't understand why it's making it appear on the PIC microcontroller. Who the hell can I pass you on to? Who can I pass you on to? You know what? It's rare that I get to read Kiri. Super rare. I'm gonna pass you on to Kiri. She often does programming, but she's not right now. But I'll just pass you on to her anyway, because she's rated me so many times. We're gonna go and see Kiri, who is currently playing Project Wingman. That someone beside you is into the FAF extinction zone. I would be extinct as well if I was having to wear any clothes. Anyway, your bunny just peed on your bed. Ah! Good luck, Asterton. Getting that sorted. Thank you for the stream, good luck to you. Thank you very much, thank you for being here. Have a great rest of your evening or morning. Thank you. You probably eat something as well, now I think about it. But yeah, so here's where we're gonna go. Whoop. Why did I make the sound when it's making the sound for me? To this Snake Lamia actually, but she's making a VTubing software called Snake Studio. Not right now, she's not though. She's playing Project Wingman. Look at that. Everyone told me I had to play this one, so here we go. Been live for 4 hours, so I hope she's not gonna stop right now. But maybe she is. Doesn't matter. I sure am. If I'm allowed to stop, she's allowed to stop too. Anyway, she has a very impressive rig where the joystick actually, her hand moves on the joystick and you can see the buttons being pressed and the joystick moving, and it's very impressive. Very impressive. That's where we're gonna go. Let's actually start the raid, Uke, instead of... Let me call myself Kiri. Instead of just talking about it. Into my creaky mic stand. But yeah. Thank you yet again. I'm gonna go and try to make myself slightly less likely to die. Just slightly. And I'll probably play Zenless offline. I'll at least do the dailies probably. Also, yeah. For the FAF. Yeah, pretty cool. I actually got this microcontroller doing what I wanted it to do, and it was kind of always doing what I wanted it to do. At least I was never telling it to do what I wanted it to do. That's more to the truth. Alright, raid message can be toggle my bits, I guess, because we were toggle my bits raid. It's one of these raids. You can use whatever emoji you want, I suppose, at the end. Because we were toggling bits. And then looking at it on the oscilloscope. That's all. I'm gonna disappear. You're all super kind. Thank you very much for keeping me company. I'm gonna slide out now. Actually, I'm gonna slide down. Watch this. It's gonna be a very fast slide. Wait, I did it wrong.